Hello and welcome everyone to episode 42 of the smobcast. So we had a few interesting things happen this last week that we'll have some opportunities to talk about, but the main focus of our episode today is, I'm just going to be mooching off of some unknown streamer from like the JP side of things, and we are going to make a tier list of all of the rank ups from this year. So that includes ones that have interludes, like the ones that came from interludes, but it's basically anything ever since after last year's rank up campaign up until now. Because like by the looks of things, this is probably we've probably gotten the last of our upgrades for pre-anniversary. Which, by the way, anniversary is in like a little under. It's actually exactly 2 weeks. 2 weeks minus 14 hours. But yeah.
Yeah. Exciting.
Yeah, exciting.
Honestly. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're probably gonna do on that day, we're probably gonna
React
yeah.
world.
Yeah, so we're probably gonna have an extra early episode then. We're just gonna record that because it's gonna be at 3 a.m. our time. I don't know if Ryou's gonna be there for it.
Why wouldn't I be up at that time? So
because
my question is,
because it's like 1 a.m. for you.
Yeah,
I know you don't like being
it's
late.
on a Saturday and Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Do we know what time the actual
Sunday
anniversary
morning.
stream is?
Yeah, it's just some people don't like wrecking their sleep at that time because that might be like sleep schedule altering.
Please, I'll destroy myself for fake Grand Order. I will ruin myself.
That's a sign of a true FGO content creator. But
yeah, I don't do that, by the way. Don't. Yeah.
But I already got all these ordered out. Like I got them sorted by rarity, then class on each of them. So we got 1 3-star, we got a few 4 stars, and then most of them are 5 stars. Yeah. Well, now. So.
Oh, is this JP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about NA. All right. Easy.
Ew, why would we talk about
NA? Ew, NA.
Also,
I'm joking. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't kill me.
I'm not sorry.
Is there a list like where I can see all these rank ups, like, and see the actual rank ups themselves?
I'm sure you could look them up as you go, but I wasn't planning on bringing them up because I have them all memorized.
Oh no, I found him. Wait, where's Summer Musashi? Oh, I'm covering her. Never mind.
Yeah, he's covering Summer Musashi, but what we're gonna start with Chiyome, who received an upgrade where now her stalking, it still has the attack buff on the enemy. They increased the scaling on the defense buff, yet still only made it against 1 enemy. Now she also has a 5-time effect where whenever she attacks an enemy that is burned, she gets 10% charge for every target she hits. So if it's an NP and everyone's burned, she gets 10% for each of them. It only consumes 1 stack. She also has a 30% P-mod against burned enemies now, so that helps her card damage a little bit. But yeah, it's like an okay upgrade. But
yeah, I think the upgrade itself is fine, but it doesn't really help her.
In farming, you should have like a D rank farming, but in like if you take her to a boss fight where she's able to stay on the field and sustain fighting against multiple enemies, against the enemy for multiple turns, then you actually get the effect of the charge and the burn damage.
From my experience, if you want to do that, she would have to stun with her MP every time, which I mean she can potentially, but like it can potentially spiral out of control if if her stun doesn't miss, right? Like she could just continuously stun lock them by spamming this MP, and then like the MP itself refunds and then 1 Rs card because she has a really strong Rs card, but she still dies like she dies very easily. So I'm not necessarily sure that is always gonna be really good. But yeah,
I feel like if she was just in general better at using her NP more often, it would be a better buff. But as it stands, like I mean, yeah, sure, she's got like okay cards and all, but like she still has a Buster deck. That like she does get 10% from her cards now after she NPs, but she has to get that first NP, which means you have to give her battery ahead of time, or you have to waste time building charge, and then yeah, it's just ugh.
I disagree. It would be better. Sorry, I was just replying to the chat. I disagree that it would be better if MP was single target because like one of the biggest draws is like it works with the MP, so she can actually get a bunch of MP back by just spamming her MP because AOE, right? But
yeah, I guess like at worst it basically gave her one of Jacques' gimmicks, and I think Jacques is quite good. That's a pretty nice gimmick she has, but you actually have to. That's not like the second aspect of Jacques where she got that buffed. She still has to use burn codes to enable it, or NP. That too.
I'll say it deserves a C for you got to use CCs to actually inflict burn sometimes.
Yeah.
I would honestly, yeah. There's only 4 tiers. I guess
I can add another one beneath it.
I mean, I think there should be a D for dunce.
Because there is one buff that I think is strictly worse than this, but I think there's only one.
I think we're thinking of the same person.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about too. I'll
That's
add
right,
one more.
Jalter. Wait.
Hold up. What the fuck?
Also, I don't see Fujino on this list.
I guess
Fujino
I forgot
did
that
get
one.
buffed.
I'll put her on there in a second.
I remember Fujino.
Add row below. Oh. This
Should be
is dumb.
D parentheses unts for dunce.
So C rank for Q, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm fine with C.
Yeah.
D for crap.
Hold on. Let me yoink Fujino from she.
Fuji. Oh
Where's
no.
the Karen Kyokai collab? That wasn't the
I-
first collab, was it?
Yes, I think it was. Scroll up.
Oh wait, no, it was the rerun for her. Ah, that's actually gonna make it a little harder to find her then.
Isn't she up though on this list?
No, it's debut date.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so she was
debut date.
before Camelot and all that.
Before
Wasn't she?
Camelot? Well, if the Karen Kyokai collab was before Camelot, well, she came out with the rerun. So
Oh.
Next to Semiramis, we were saying next to Semiramis.
next to Semiramis. Okay, cool. Where's Semiramis? Semiramis was like after at Lost Belt 1, right here. Here we go. Thank you, chat member. She is gonna be before Calamity Jane. Okay. And back to our regularly scheduled programming. So we got Nero. So Nero went from a 3-time 5-turn guts on a 10-turn cooldown to still a 10-turn cooldown, but now it's a 6-turn 3 guts. And she also has 6 turns of 50% NP gain, and then 6 turns of buff success for her second skill, which guarantees the 44% defense and attack, and can potentially guarantee it multiple times because of how long it lasts. And then also, every time her guts procs, she cleanses all of her debuffs and gets a 20% NP damage buff. So
I think.
Did I miss anything on it?
No. I think, and I want to say this. No, I don't think anything should be put in S right away. I think the most we should do is A until we do adjustments, and at that point determine who in A is better.
Okay, so here's my take, right? I disagree. I think this is because here's the thing, right? Above you can look at it 2 ways. Like we're not actually ranking like how good the servant is after the buff. You know, like oh, you know, this servant is S tier after the buff. But this servant is not. But like, if you bump a character from like, I'm just making an example. You're bumping a character from C tier to like A plus tier, versus a character that was A tier that gets bumped to like A plus tier, that get bumped to S tier. I think the C tier buff deserves to have a bigger recognition. I think Nero is contender to one of the best buffs we have gotten like ever, honestly. But like especially this year, it's just so ridiculous, right? I think like any form of guarantee for Imperial Privilege is inherently going to be stupid. Because Imperial Privilege is a skill that is extremely busted, that's only bounced around the fact that it's very inaccurate. But now it's not inaccurate anymore. And this character went from like niche solo unit to like she can literally arts loop if you really want to, and then I think her kit like is better than a lot of SSRs. Like in terms of challenge quests, sometimes I'd rather take her over like some SSR AoE sabers, right? She is just that good. So I think this is a pretty firm S tier. I don't know. Like that's my take.
I think that putting things in S should be for like after you have things solidified. Personally.
Why?
Because like you don't want to crap, because there may be a lot of buffs you're like, oh man, this buff is super good, really elevated them. But like if you have all them in there, like I think starting with putting things in S is poor. I think moving things up to S after you've evaluated other things. Because like when you look at it, you go,
I don't think that this should be like an average ranking. I think that we can have more of one rank than any other rank.
I mean,
so like
I agree with what Ryou is saying 100%, but I think this buff is so firmly broken that there is no way I would change my mind on it.
So I'm fine with an S tier.
But I mean, like that's just my personal take. I don't think there's anything that you can say that can make me move it down below S tier. Literally nothing. I think, like, arguably, depending on the situation, like, if you're only talking about, like, MP1 units, arguably, there's a better buff than Salter's buff. I'm going that high.
Well, like, yes. I think it is, too. I think it's a really good buff. I just prefer to be on the cautious side, because I don't like it when the top level of a tier list gets too heavily weighted. And so I feel like...
I get that, but like, is it not possible that we can just have a lot of really good buffs?
Well, see, we're ranking these in comparison to these buffs in comparison to each other.
Can we not just like say like this is an S tier buff in general, and then this is a B tier buff in general, and then like go on like that? Because technically we're not comparing it to just itself. We could also be comparing it to all rank ups ever. But like that could be a little more complex. Would be because there's been a lot of rank ups over the years, but still. I feel like it's fair to just, like, I don't think it's unfair to have it skewed in certain tiers, you know?
That's fine.
Because
I mean, we can move them down as well. I mean, I understand you don't like that, but like we can do the opposite. You know, we can move them down. You know, if we don't end up not liking that decision, right? I think it's fine.
All right.
Cool. Okay, so we're okay with that. So next up we got Satanta, who the only thing they changed on him is they added 10% charge for the next 5 cards he uses, which includes his NP.
I think this was the worst buff of the year.
I don't know if I want to say it's the worst. Because, like, I don't think it really affected him all too much. But
I think
I feel I don't feel like this is that much worse than Kyo's buff. Like, Kyo definitely needed the buff more than he did. He was like okay before.
Kyo's buff has a conditional, but at least also has an additional damage part. This one is just like I don't think Satanta had an NP gain problem. Is the thing. Like he has a 0.83% NP gain. He has a 4-hit arts card. You're going to be using him with 4-hit quick card. You're going to be using him with quick buffs. Like I didn't think that his MP gain was particularly a problem as far as his Saber Self was concerned. So I thought the buff didn't really do anything for him. It doesn't change his gameplay dramatically. Because like in a...
Okay, so I haven't used him a lot, to be fair. But I still feel like, I mean, if he has a Brave Chain, he gets 40% flat battery out of it. So I feel like that still can be impactful. Like, I know if you're spamming batteries and stuff, then it's not going to be as valuable, but you could say that about a lot of battery buffs, honestly.
Okay, so my take is, I think Kiyohime's buff allows her to do something that she used to not be able to do, which is because Kiyohime has good gains, but her problem is she doesn't have cards to use that gain. So a lot of times it's still very difficult for her to use her MP consecutively. And yes, her MP stun is conditional, but it's still very strong. It's an AoE stun technically, right? So this buff, at least from the teams that I've tried to use her with, this buff allows her to potentially, it's still RNG, but it boosts her survival by quite a bit. But because she's able to use her MP a lot more frequently than before this buff. I think Satanta's buff, I mean, you are correct. Most of the teams I'm using him on is with Scotty. And because when I'm doing F2P comps, I don't do those much anymore. But when I'm doing F2P comps, I'm never picking him for my free saber.
Yeah, but that's not because
of him. I know.
It's because the others are good.
That's not my point. My point is yes, I haven't used him super a lot. So my teams with him usually contain Scotty, and it literally changes nothing. His gains with a Brave Chain, his MP went from, so the amount of MP he has pre-buff, post-buff with the same chain, went from 100 to 140. It barely matters. That's obviously, very it depends on the situation and whatnot, but
okay, but
I don't know how to say this. It just didn't do anything. I just feel like it didn't do anything.
Okay, so the way I see it, especially if you're using a team with Scotty, which I'm assuming that's just generally what you guys are considering. Oftentimes, the way I see things go with a team that has Scotty, sometimes you'll be using her battery to bridge that gap, but oftentimes, I mean, it's stuck at 50%. But the thing is, there's not really added incentive to use the 50% battery for anything else, because it's on caster, it's just the battery. On ruler, it's just the battery, stars, and absorb, which isn't always that necessary. So sometimes, especially if you're doing a Brave Chain, if you're adding 40% onto that chain, that means you'll have times where you don't have to use that battery, and you won't be incentivized to use it on that turn anyways, with Koyan Light, for example, because Koyan Light, you got the cooldown reduction on that as well, but that means you can save the battery for another turn, which is more valuable if you're not cycling supports.
That's fair, but that's based on a Brave Chain. You're getting 40 MP, extra MP if you get a Brave Chain.
Yeah, and if you're playing with the quick server, you're usually gunning for the Brave Chains.
Well, yeah, what you don't get? So I don't know.
Okay, but the thing is, if you have your NP, all you need is 2 cards for a Brave Chain. It's really easy. it's basically, it's almost impossible to go without a Brave Chain 2 turns out of 3. Like, you have to get 1 or less cards twice in a row. So you're very likely to get.
Yeah, but does the Brave Chain, getting the Brave Chain, does it make or break a difference in him looping? Is the thing.
Well, I mean, if the norm is you're going to be, if the norm is you're going to have to bridge that gap with a 50% battery, regardless, then like adding 40% on it, that's most of 50%. So if a chain normally would get him to like 60% or 70%, then like you're just saving on a skill. But then, like, of course you could have, like, if the 40% isn't enough, then like the 50% isn't enough either, is it?
Okay, so here's my. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, but the reason why I see this as a worse buff than Kiyohime, because is that Kiyohime's buff always comes into play.
Can I
this
also
buff doesn't come into. Yes,
Okay,
it does.
because like you have to apply burn before you get stuff out of her buff. Like
Yes,
the first
and her
NP
MP has
use, yeah, but
yes,
the
her
first
MP
time you NP, you don't get anything out of it.
So, and then now you burn them, and then you
Yes.
would always get something out of it.
Yeah, but
So-
you have to get your NP again for it to. Yeah.
Plushie was really spot on because I just tested and and I really did just I would have refunded the 100 without the skill, and the extra was quite literally just extra charge that didn't do anything.
What
I mean,
chain? What's the context for it?
For Satanta, it was with double. It didn't have Summer Scotty, but it was Satanta double Scotty and just a Brave Chain. Like he refunds anyway.
What
I
chain was it,
understand Otto's. I understand Otto's point because like there's definitely cases where you're just like, oh man, I'm like 10 off, and then oh shit, because Scotty doesn't have a small battery like Castoria, so making up for that 10 off is either sacrificing an MP turn or blowing the 50 battery. I understand you.
What chain was it though?
It was MP Arts Quick.
MP Hearts.
I'm trying to get a Arts Art or quick. I want to see what that is.
It's like if you're mixing in the Buster card, it's not gonna be. You're not gonna be.
I mean, by that logic,
as much,
Satanta's
but-
buff is better since his anti-beast. No, it has nothing to do with his anti-beast. He already had that.
Yeah, that is something he already had. He didn't gain that.
What I'm saying is in the context of the buff itself, like the change in the character, like how much did the buff change how the character is played? I think it literally changed nothing. It patches out a little bit of a consistency issues that sometimes happens. I just think the uncertainty of it, I guess for solos, because I never used him in solos. I think like because like in order to make this kind of effect consistent, it's usually more like relevant in solos, as we will see in another character we'll be talking about today, also has a similar effect. Like it's not just the one thing that the skill got, the skill also got this effect essentially, and that effect is very noticeable in solos. But I mean, I can understand like putting them in the same tier. Honestly, I can understand not putting them in tier, but
I just saw what a full quick chain does, and no, a full quick chain refunds 158%. He was already at 110.
Well, yeah, but like, but his point is like there will inevitably be situations where you're like 10 off or even like 2 off, and then you just feel like shit because like, oh, I'm at 98. Right.
But if we're talking about like, because we were just comparing with the S ones about how, you know, it affects their gameplay, this has such negligible and niche impact on his gameplay. I don't think that a majority of the player base will notice the buff. So that is my argument for why it should be in D. Because I think Kiyohime's is more noticeable, because if you're using her, that extra damage and the charge, you got two factors there are noticeable, and the fact that she's AoE, which means that and she's Buster, so she's already not refunding normally on her NP. the factor of noticing it is there higher, whereas Satanta, it's just less. It's just less of an impression and less of a factor in there.
Okay, so if we're going to take the perspective of like what most people are going to be noticing out of it, I feel like a lot of people still aren't going to be noticing Kiyohime's because again, like
He's not
if
very
you're
usable as a
like
character
you're
overall.
like
Like
you're not going like we aren't like everyone else. A lot of people do not bother with command codes, so they're not going to be seeing any uses out of it until after she NPs that first time. And if she can't get her NP out of that like if she gets her NP once and she NPs and she can't live long enough to get a second NP, then I don't feel like it's really that worthwhile.
Kiyohime is the most 123 star in the game.
Yeah, but like that's not
there
everyone.
Are plenty of people, right? But that means that there is a large group of people who are in fact using Kiyohime, and I think if people are when using Kiyohime, if you're structuring a team around her, I think that her buff is more impactful than Satanta's by a large factor. I'm saying like so. I know that none of us here use Kiyohime really. None of us here really use Satanta. Like when you think about it,
I think
if you're using them,
I just don't
is it impactful?
I just don't think that's a fair thing to say because like one of her big problems is fixed by grailing her,
well,
which is the fact that she doesn't live long. But like
if
Satanta's in C, then we need to move them both to D instead. Because if you're putting Satanta on the same level as Kiyohime, then Kiyohime has to come down, not Satanta.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I have like slowly been convinced. Like I can understand them being on the same tier because like Kiyohime really is not a very usable character, realistically, right? Like she's just not a very fucking usable character. And then like I do understand like you know the 10% miss. I guess I can say. Like the 10% like damage that you might be what the fuck am I trying to say? The damage that the MP that you might be lacking, right? Like and you want to make up for. Like I think Otto's argument makes sense. I just feel like maybe I'm not using Satanta enough, right? Like to understand this. Cause like once again on another character, a very similar
just delete D tier because there's no one worse than Satanta.
I do also agree with that, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, you can keep it there if Otto has a different opinion because, like.
So, okay. Just to like sort of shake up the question, would you find it to be a worse or better buff if it was 5 turns of 10% NP regen?
If it was 5 turns of I would consider that a better buff because that slow charges I think are better because they are consistent and you can rely on them. Because then that's something you can always have in the equation, whereas it's something that is relying on your cards.
I actually disagree. I think it's equally garbage if it's 5 turns of.
I mean, I'm a fan of slow charge. I like slow charge.
Yeah, but like this is effectively that, but it applies on like every
not
card.
Necessarily. Slow charge actually if you're building like a 90++ comp and you needed your single target just for like wave 3, slow charge allows them to tick up passively without any card RNG at all. Like so in farming slow I use a lot of slow charge comps. Like I use in 90++, I use Daikokden, Draco, Tonal Eco. All those have party slow charge. And those
you slobber all over Tonal Eco. I know you do. No. Okay.
I slow charged party like slow charge or party slow charge even. I use that a lot and I find that a very useful mechanic. So I find I would have found slow charge a better function because I think slow charge is good.
I think so why I disagree with that is he doesn't have enough charge in his kit in order to make it work in farming. Realistically, slow charge is more useful either when in my opinion, right? Obviously I'm not saying in my opinion, slow charge are more useful in teams where you are always not using your cards. That's why it's so good in arts, because you're not fucking using your cards. ever, right? Because you're just spamming your 3 arts MPs until the end of time. So like an attack on attack gain MP effect is worse in arts teams versus slow charge. Another thing is of course for farming, because for farming you don't want to rely on face cards. I think because like essentially Otto's argument, correct me if I'm wrong, is this is essentially slow charge for 5 turns, but you can cash in on it multiple times a turn. Like you don't have to wait 5 turns for the entire value to get the entire value. You can cash in on it faster, right? Because you know you can get 2 ticks a turn as opposed to 1 ticks a turn. So it does rely on card RNG, but like because I think Satanta as a character doesn't, like, he's neither in a situation where you are in a team where you're always spamming triple MPs, nor is he ever going to be used as a farmer unless he gets another battery buff. I do think regardless of what you give him, regardless of the 5-turn slow charge or this, I think it's both garbage. But I can understand if it's on the same tier as Kiyohime, because like I still think Kiyohime's buff is more impactful, because I genuinely find that not having to rely on my 1 fucking arts card to gain MP is very useful if she gets to stick on the field. And you know, spamming her MP does help her stick on the field because her MP has a team-wide stun effect. But I mean, I can understand if it's on the same.
I think a big part of it is, as usual, it's just Ryou and I play the game very differently, and I do not operate in ideal scenarios very often, and this is a lot more impactful in a not ideal scenario where you're not.
I just quit out if the scenario doesn't become ideal.
Yeah,
I'll throw away 40 AP. I don't care.
Because this is something that's going to help you a lot more if you're not spamming a ton of battery, or if you're not like cycling, if you're not trying to get the perfect cards every time. Because like it's just like I feel like a lot of circumstances for you, you're largely not going to be relying on cards for gain. But
yeah,
a lot of normal players are going to be relying more on cards for gain.
Well, yeah. So this is what I mean by like when I said this is a consistency fix, right? I mean that's fair, right? That's what you're talking about. It's a consistency fix because it makes his like gains more consistent in a way. It's still card RNG dependent, but like, you know, whenever you patch up those little missing bits of MP to make 100, that's a consistency fix. I just feel like Satanta doesn't necessarily need consistency fixes, or rather, consistency fixes are never like that impactful in my opinion. Like, it's more of a quality of life of change update, and it doesn't change how a character is played. Like, for example, okay, I'm just gonna stop. Like, I'm sorry, I know this is like spoiler. I'm just gonna stop, you know, making it vague. I was talking about Skaha when talking about this effect, right? But Skaha is more than a consistency fix because like her base gains were worse than Satanta, and her gain per attack is higher than 10%. So like it would allow her to do things that he wouldn't be able to do, period, before the buff. But I don't think Satanta's numbers, like the 10% extra, change as
thing
much.
Has a whole bunch of other things as well.
Well, yeah, that too.
Was also in a way worse situation.
That too. But yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is I think like another reason I don't see this as a very big change is partially because is partially because his gains were not bad to begin with, and also it's only 10% per hit. Like, if it was more concentrated to like 20% per hit, maybe I would think of it as a better buff. But
I guess I can understand that.
If it was like 20%, then yes, I would look more favorably upon it. But 10% just isn't.
Plushy, Nero skill 3 is a consistency fix. Okay. Occasionally missing like 5% extra damage versus my 60% skill that is only fair because it's 60% accurate becomes 100% forever is very different.
Also, the Nero has like the guts timer increase, and it definitely helps her in like solo situations where you're eating an NP and your guts is getting proc, like, and the NP gain out. Like, it's more than a consistency thing with Nero. Nero's thing ties her whole kit into a nice little bow. So
let me give an example of this, right? So when I say consistency fix, I mean like consistency fix as in it doesn't always matter, right? So when I say something like, for example, we have a buff that allows Saber Medusa's stun to become 100%. That's beyond a consistency fix. You know what I mean? Like yes, it fixes her inconsistent issues, but that's beyond the consistency fix because now she's doing that. Now she's like stun locking forever, right? So like that's not what I mean by consistency fix. I guess I should have worded it better, but I don't have a better term for it. There you go.
So I think we've dwelled way too long on this character because, like, I know none of the three of us care about him at all, but for some reason it's been a very long discussion. It was like
because I feel strongly.
It was like 3 times as long of a discussion as it was with Nero, which is like I guess that.
Well, because Nero, it's like I'm like Nero was more of an ideology of how do you rank things, not disagreeing that it's a really good buff. Whereas Satanta is an ideology, you know, the like actual like opinions of like how buffs operate.
And we also fought over the Nero buff when it came out, like for an entire stream, right? Like we did like if you want more,
that one,
if you want more of our opinions on Nero buff, you can check out like the stream VOD for one of those episodes where like we had a fucking giant fight about it. So like I just feel like I mean anyways, I can understand if it's on the same tier as is what I'm trying to say. I like you put it on C. I think it's fine. Or like personally, I think I understand that.
For those wondering, the episode in question is episode 38. It's the one with Nero on it. So yeah, I'm down for C as well. I'm not sure about the ordering of these yet, but we can do that like afterwards. We can just like sort of drop them in a tier and then order them afterwards. I think we have few enough that we can like order them within the tiers, whereas something like with the class tier lists that Miss does, like ordering them would just be a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So up next, we have Fujino's, which is, they added 30% charge to her second skill. That's it. Like, it used to be 15 stars and 3 turns of the sure hit, and now it is also 30% charge. They didn't change the stars. Like, I mean, it's a good buff, like, objectively. It's just super boring. Like, I don't feel like it changed that much about her, but now she is able to just immediately NP with less investment. So
I want to ask...
it does the thing that Buster like. Buster, I feel, gets away with 30% batteries easier because it works with one Oberon and it works with a pen too. So it just makes it a little easier. Does it change your gameplay? No.
That's actually what I want to. That's actually what I want to ask you, Ryou. So, you do solo with her, right?
Yeah, Fujino has like really good NP game. Yeah.
So were you able to back before this buff?
With Mighty Chains,
yes.
you usually could if you got hit.
Like, so is it like really high hits or like just at like 2 or 3 hits and then you can get it?
I would say just like 2 or 3 hits. I haven't done it in a while. Like
sorry, this is a difficult question. I'm just like
let me look at because I have a couple like with Fujino like before Mighty Chains, because I know a good thing that Fujino had was she was able to like kind of loop almost.
Because like my thing here is I'm teetering between A and B, obviously, and I think like obviously, you know, people can talk about how it enables her to buster loop, but I also don't necessarily think her buster looping is a thing. Like, but Ryou also like you said earlier, it just lets her fire off her MP easier. So it's easier to fit
I
her
mean,
in like a multi-core
her-
team, for example, right?
Her arts card outside of a mighty chain is 50%. So like, because I'm looking, I did a extra
Prison
magic
power.
number run. No, extra magic number run with her. And so it wasn't a mighty chain. I'm trying to see if
I mean,
a mighty chain.
I mean, personally, I'm more inclined to put it in B because like if she was able to, if there was a drastic change that allowed her to like go from MP every other turn to every 5 turns she gets to back, then I think it's a huge change. But like if she was already able to back like sometimes, then this is more like a, once again, for solos this would be like the Satanta buff where it doesn't always, help her that much. So yeah, that
a second place arts card without the art starter bonus, if it crits and there's like no overkill and it's neutral, so against Saber it would be 20%.
With all her buffs up?
Yeah.
But this is not mighty, right?
Yeah, without mighty chain. Let me see. Divide that.
I mean, this was a overkill arts card, so
I don't think it's C. I don't think it's C because like it does enable her buster farm or just farming in general, because like having starting charge is important if you want to fit her into like a farming comp.
It lets you use her in actual farming nodes, because append 2 plus 30% is 50%, and that is the magic number of what you call it. I mean, I'm going to go to the same node I did for Satanta, and I'm going to go to the Elizabeth chicken node and put Fujino there and see what she does.
Yeah, 30 is just a magic number because it pairs really well with append 2, and she does have anti super large. Or super large. And
an upgraded MP.
So I think there's realistically like an argument to put her in like a multi-core setup, for example. Like you just the middle boss has super large, which honestly is pretty common if it's like a 1 enemy boss. Like if it's a 1 saber enemy boss or like berserker, I don't see a reason why you can't include her into your multi-core setup just to clear that wave. So I think it definitely does make more impact than like Satanta's battery, for example, because she does have farming potential. Sorry. I think I cut you off, Otto. So yeah.
Yeah. In a mighty chain, without overkill, it's like 32% if it's a third place arts card and it crits. So I'd imagine she would like without her first append, she'd probably get like 50% off of NP quick art.
Honestly, then that doesn't. Well, I mean, it depends on hit RNG again. Right,
because before mighty chains, I would do NP arts, and that would basically guarantee a. Okay, I have MP quick arts here. I'll have a number here in a second. This is with overkill, of course, because.
Yeah, I feel like overkill just kind of like
ruins the thing.
Yeah, that just changes it a lot, because a lot of the time you're not going to be getting overkill. Especially for a single target, you're probably not going to be getting overkill consistently. Especially like if we're going to be like, I feel like part of the reason why we're even saying this is because of like, how is she in solo context, and then
I do think I guess I shouldn't word it that way, because like honestly that kind of stuff usually matters more on characters that stun with their MP. Because you're removing a big part of enemy action RNG. Like, so for example, Monte Cristo. Like, why Monte Cristo solo ended up not being as broken? Because his gains is better than Skaha, but he's still doing his MP every other turn. So it literally doesn't matter if his gain's better than Skaha. Like, getting 70 in a turn is the same as getting 50 in a turn. So I think, like, I guess that wasn't the right question to ask, but still, regardless, I think having like a huge bump, like an MP battery bump, like it helps not just farming, right? It allows her to use her MP immediately without that much help. Like, for example, if you have her append 2 max and you have a 50 MP starting charge, you don't even need to dump any battery onto her. I think just having starting charge is good. If you want charge, you usually want to cash in on all of them immediately. rather than getting them slowly afterwards. I mean, depending on the
Yeah.
situation, but I
Well,
I think objectively is probably better. So I would still put it in B, I guess.
And I mean, if you are using Fujino, the thing is if you're using Fujino with as like your main damage dealer, and you're using it with Koyan, all her skills are a 5-turn cooldown, like every single
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, that's something
Yeah.
I really hate about this buff. This is the exact same buff that they gave Archer and and
But this
they're
is
like the
better
same
because
thing. Because
but-
like it's
because-
on
hold
a
on,
it's
okay.
already on a better skill, because like one was 15 stars and absorb, and the other is 15 stars and sure hit, and it's on an
Yeah.
archer, so like the absorb doesn't matter generally. And then
Yeah.
it's
Well, see-
also on a lower cooldown for Fujino.
yeah.
Well, see, it's
Yeah.
thematic. See, Fujino's skills, they all have 3s in it, like 3 turns, 3 effects. Now they all have 3 turns, 3 effects for everything. So it's
Wow. That's
Yeah,
funny.
and all of her hit
she's
counts
from the
are
third
3,
Kara no
except
Kyokai
for-
movie.
except
That's why.
for 5.
Yeah.
on her NP. Yeah, even her
unle-
NP has 3 hits, and it's her extra attack has 5 hits though.
So for example, a good example is like, let's say you're soloing, and then we're not counting like cheating. So like you start with like a level 1 Koya. Like let's say if you're soloing against the divine, like this is very specific, but I think this is like a good example of why starting charge is important, right? Let's say you're soloing, it's against the divine, you use fondant, and then you can use MP immediately. Like sometimes you really want to immediately use MP in a solo, like. It could be like life and death, because like a lot of the solos are damage rush, and Fujino's solo style is a lot of times damage rush, unless you're fighting like a saber or alter ego, I guess. It's very often you are damage rushing, and you know, being able to jump start with an MP is important. So I put it in B, I guess. Me personally, I put it in.
I'm fine with B as well.
Yep,
So
it's
up
not a
next,
crazy buff.
Up next, we got another 4-star archer. We got Calamity Jane, who used to have, I believe it was 10% attack down and like 18% crit rate down. But now it is, I think it isn't it. It's still 10% attack down, but it's 20% crit rate down, and then also 20% defense down. That's an added effect. And also you have 5, I believe, separate proc chances. No, 4 chances and 1 guaranteed.
One of them
10
is
star buff.
guaranteed. Yeah, one of them is guaranteed.
You get 10 stars guaranteed, and then you have 4, is it 80% chance?
I think
of
30% chance. No,
A 30%.
it's 4 30% chances.
Oh
so
yeah.
Okay.
It's.
Yeah.
I think we
not
calculated
likely.
we calculated like how many do you need? What chances like at least like 3 of them progress. I forgot, but like we calculated that when we talked about this, but it was in the VOD, but I forgot the numbers anyway. Sorry.
So it's like a 0.8% chance of getting like all 5 of them, but like, I mean, you're still likely to get more than plenty of that, and it's very easy to get at least 10 stars in a previous turn. But like, the reason why it's important, of course, is because the 3rd skill gives you more effects the more stars you have. So like, generally, like, the threshold you want for that, I believe, isn't it 40 stars, and you get
40
pierce
Invul
symbol?
pierce.
Yeah, and
pierce
that's like
symbols and 40.
that's one of her biggest uses, because it's just such a unique support effect, and it means you don't have to bring a different CE.
Well, what it really benefits is in, for example, say Buster teams. It means you don't have to use both of Koyan's skills 2s on turn 1, because all you need is one of those things to proc, and you got 40 stars. And for quick teams, you just have to bring a Summer Scotty with a Star Bomb CE.
Yeah,
And
then,
once
in
again,
which
then you
case
just
it's
need one proc.
In which case, like, you're probably still already going to be fine on stars. So, like, if you're using a quick team, unless you use her on turn 1 particularly, but I mean, either way, like, the 20% defense down, it's just a generally good effect, I'd say. So, I kind of want to go with an A for this one, just because like it
I
helps
agree.
her a lot. It makes her a
I
lot more
agree.
flexible in what she already was good at.
Yeah.
What she was good for.
Yeah.
And because of it, now there's a lot of situations where you don't have to give her, like, she's not locked to
bomb.
1 CE.
Yeah.
So
So yeah. I mean, I've only ever used her for min turning, but like in terms of min turning, this is a huge change because like a lot of times you want to give her taunt CE because she doesn't do much after she throws her skill down and then like throws all of this stuff down, and she no longer has like, you would rather her die and then you have like a real support come up, right? It's not just min turns, to be honest, but like it does like the urgency for her to die is like more urgent in a min turn, and
Yeah.
like before, like Ryou said, like if you wanted to give her a taunt CE, you have to have like you have to have like servants that have star bombs, and then you have to blow all of it usually just to get the 40%, just to get a 40 stars for the involved peers, and now you don't, which is huge. So I don't know, I think it's a huge change, but obviously it is RNG, like it's not always going to trigger, but it's not always going to give you enough, but yeah, it's enough, like yeah.
So up next we have another one that's that I think
Wait,
is pretty solid.
Real, did you agree on A?
Oh yeah, no, I agreed
Yeah.
on A.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But yeah, ironic. We just had someone who has super effective against super large. Now we have Don Quixote, who had a weird third skill, which was just like a 20 star bomb. You have to have at least 30% charge, and if you have 30% charge, he drops everything, so it goes down to 0 and gives everyone else in the party 30%. But what they did was they just removed the demerit. You still have to have 30%, but it's like Moriarty's, where like you have to have 10 stars, but you don't lose 10 stars when you do it. And then also the team I think it's the whole team that gets anti-giant of 30%. It might just be him, but I think
it's him.
The whole.
I think it's just him.
Really?
I'm pulling him up.
I mean,
I might be
I'm
mixing
not...
it up with Debrina, who has like
increase
Debrina
damage against super large. And...
Okay.
Yeah.
Giant. Oh wait, yeah, it is super large. Right, it's super large because he has anti-giant, super effective. Right.
Yeah.
So the party effect is stars and party gauge.
So
I think this buff changed him from funny, haha, he's intentionally bad to I think not top tier, but a usable servant now.
I think he's a pretty solid multi-core servant because you have a lot of situations where you'll run into like a wave 1 or 2 super large enemy, and sometimes like they're both super large and giant, in which case I'd say like I'd say there's a decent amount of situations where he can do enough damage. Now, to be fair, the most recent 90++ was almost a perfect situation for him because it was Rider, he has anti-Rider, it was giant, it was super giant, but he couldn't do enough damage, but that was because it had 300,000 health. But what I'm thinking is like maybe if there's like a dragon or a Spriggan that isn't neither of which being a saber, then he can like pop that and he'll be fine because he has his own 10% charge per turn, and then like if you're using a team like that has Castoria or Tez, he's just gonna incidentally get 30% charge, and then it's 30% for the rest of the team. And
yeah, because it is. I mean, spread like if say it's an event with a 50% starting charge CE, if you have him as your single target, that means your AoE gets their NP right away because they spread 30. They're full. You don't need your supports to do anything. So like I think 30% to the party is a very useful skill.
Yeah, and there's a good reason why I mention Tez in particular, because they actually have like a ton of synergy because he also has his own guts.
Yes, guts. Yeah.
So you get the double attack buff, and then like since he has the recharge and and like also the like Tez gives you Omega Charge as well. Like yeah, they just support each other pretty well. Also worth noting is Don Quixote gives the team 20% attack per NP, so that helps a little bit on top of the charge. So he's got like some semi-support stuff. And like, of course, it's just generally useful as well. It's useful in normal teams. Actually, just did a kind of a weird setup yesterday, where I used him and Assassin Wu against the Coup Alter advanced quest. I was using him as the main DPS because he's a Lancer, and they're both like semi-support, semi-DPS. But yeah, it was a fun clear. I've been messing around with Assassin Wu because like she's really good.
I think it took him from being, I want to call intentionally useless to useful. Because so I mean, like, as far as like changes, it completely reworks his entire playstyle. Because before he had a dead third skill, you couldn't use it.
Yeah, he was like barely, he was not usable in farming at all, and then he was like, I've seen him kill like I've seen him kill bosses and whatnot, but like it's just he didn't have an identity, and then now he does. I'm actually like, according to what I said about buffs, I'm actually inclined to put him in S, but like
I think A.
But just to play it safe, I'll probably put him A. But like, you have to believe me, I'm very inclined to put him in S because like, he is the pinnacle of like.
It's like it's so impactful for him because like his third skill, a lot of the time you just didn't want to use because. Yeah, I forgot to say it also got more stars. I think it's 30 now instead of 20. But like, it went from like I never want to press the skill because I want him to NP. To now, like, I can just press it whenever. I can just press it whenever. There's no problems with it.
Yeah, I guess the excuse for A, is you still need 30 charge.
Yeah, it's still like nothing though, because like you max out a second append after one turn, he has it.
I mean, if it gave him 30% as well, I would definitely say S. But
that just be dumb.
I kind of want to go with S, honestly, just because it's such a massive change for him.
Yeah, it is a massive change. It gave him an entirely separate role that he didn't have, which is
like Nero, for example, because Nero, she was already pretty solid before the buff, but the buff was ridiculous and it pushed her even further beyond that. But with him, he was not very good, but now he's actually very solid.
Mm.
So, like,
also, I just noticed that you're missing Jalter, the tiny Jalter.
Oh, I am. Oh yeah, I accidentally skipped her. That's the second Christmas.
Tiny Jalter.
Yeah, tiny Jalter. I gotta be careful with the words I use.
Janta.
Yeah, honestly, I am very. Yeah, I think like according to my own criteria, he should honestly be S, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if that's your criteria.
I think for now, I'll put him at the top of A. I kind of want to go for S as well, just because of how impactful it was, but we can go back to that later. And yeah, we did skip Janta, so Janta's buff was just an NP buff. She had like this weird thing where after damage, she gave the team like 10% attack, 10% heal effectiveness, and then it applied 10% debuff resist down on the enemy. But it was all for one turn, so it was really weird. But
so you had to have follow-up, basically.
Yeah. Although like the HP up wasn't actually too bad because it affected regen. But they changed it, so now it's all 3-turn effects. None of them apply before the NP, but like, hey, you can actually layer up on the effects, and she just has a general boost in NP damage. And her NP damage, I think, was like pretty decent before, because she had a pretty big mana burst. But now I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah, she has actually it's a 55%.
Yeah, 55%.
I mean, MP upgrades are always good.
Lancer Alter.
I mean, MP upgrades are always good, and it also did fix her like issue. It literally makes no sense, by the way, like why she worked like that before. So, I think
it was bad before.
I guess it's fair to give it an A.
A. B. Well, it puts her damage. So for reference, it puts her in the same damage area as the main 4-star Lancers, Percival, Melt, Pravati. It puts her smack dab in the middle of their damage as well, as in their damage range. Now that obviously is with her mana burst. But I mean that's also with Melt's drain. So really, and Melt's thing is 1 turn as well. So I mean it definitely helps her with the damage. It makes her competitive damage wise to give her the MP boost.
Yeah.
She still only has a 20% battery.
Yeah, that's so. I've always been in the camp that she's very much overhated, because like her skill set does look pretty lacking. She's got like a 20% battery on one skill with debuff resistance, and then another skill is a targetable heal with Star Gen, and then
is helped by it lasting 3 turns now, by the way.
Yeah, that's another thing about it. And then, like, you got a 1-turn mana burst tied to a 1-turn invuln, and then also HP drain. So, like, there was some, like, uptime issues, but I think she's always just been, like, sort of just normal, like, general use. I don't think she's, like her gains aren't bad. She's just, like, free NP5. It's just
free MP5. She's an evocation. The battery is not level dependent, so you get 20% from the start. I don't think it should. I mean, as far as like a buff goes, I think it really helped her for the people who are using her, and there are people who use her. For the people who use her and invested in her, I think it's a really good buff for them. Just because MP damage buffs are always like just a straight MP damage buff is already a good buff for pretty much most servants. But it also fixed her main problem, which was having to like always rely on chaining other NPs or do a brave chain in order to get any value out of the other thing.
Yep. So yeah, I'm fine with A. It's just NP upgrades are just
I think it's A.
Good in general.
Yeah.
It's like even if it added no effects, it's just a damage increase.
C tier servant, A tier upgrade.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it, honestly. Like there are definitely servants that are, after the buff is still not very good, but the buff itself is pretty decent. I guess the next character is similar, but
also like the whole thing about just a lackluster 20% battery, it doesn't mean as much when she's competing with Canis, who has a 20% battery, Lancer Alter, who has a 20% battery, and
actually, she does more damage
Neja,
on MP than
that
Canis.
has a 20% battery.
What is with these AoE busts for Lancer 4 stars?
She does, unless Canis is NP5, then they're like the same.
Oh no! If they're both MP5, Santa Alter does more damage for 1 turn, and then Canis takes over. But for 1 turn,
304 points of damage more. Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
304 whole damage more. It's it's a game of numbers. You win by an inch, you win by a mile, doesn't matter. You still won.
You win by a millimeter. Yeah. Wait, are you saying?
I'm not gonna be here.
Are you saying that? Damn. Shit. It's the other way. I was about to say, is Finn better than Melt? But no, Melt's is 4 damage. Like that's always so funny to me, because they both have flat damage bonus because of divinity, and Finn has like at NP1, he does 4 damage points less than she does.
Oh, then melt.
Yeah, she does 20,272, and he does 20,268.
Well, at that point, you get into the argument of, well, Melt has a 60% battery, so she wins by default.
Well, also, if you add NP levels, she just wins, because,
yeah.
I'm back.
The scale's better. Welcome back.
Yeah, NP upgrades are less impactful the higher the level of comparison.
Which is why they should give Melt an MP upgrade, and Summer Melt an MP upgrade. Just do both.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'd prefer to get a Finn upgrade first.
No. Screw Mech come hail. We want Melt upgrades.
Screw Fion.
Fion
Honestly,
Mech come hail.
Forget.
Honestly,
Big Mac.
my hot take is I think Alter Ego Melt's buff would be a more impactful one, because I'm be real, like, no offense, but I would not pick her over Bazette.
You know.
Under almost any condition. Yeah, I kind of changed my opinion on that because I was a big Melt defender. I mean, I think she's still really broken, don't get me wrong. But like, I was a big like, okay, Bazette just kills herself, but because she calms herself every MP, but like.
So I apologize. I take the comment calling him Big Mac back, because Big Mac is actually Fergus, because they both have Mac in their names, but one is very much bigger than the other.
I mean, look, Bazette is Bazette.
He's a little Mac.
And she has her own mechanic. But as far as alter egos go, as far as standard single target alter egos, Melt is somehow still the best. Like, you can, like, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
Is there a better single target alter ego than Melt?
Let me check. I don't remember. I should remember. I have alter ego.
Well, here's the hint. The other single targets are Super Bunyan and Sit and I.
Okay, no.
That's it.
I mean,
there's
Sit and I can use arts. There you go. Haha.
Mecha
Mecha Ellie is a 4-star. We don't care about those. I mean, not in this context. Look, the point is that Melt is still good.
Yeah, Melt and Bassett are comparable. Like, who else? Like, if you can't compare the two of them, you can't compare Bassett to anyone. But like, I mean, you can play them similarly. It's just like, Bassett's just weird because like you can do damage to the next bar, but you get more damage on the back end of the turn, trading it out of the front end.
I mean, they have completely different team builds. Like,
no,
Bazette can't rely on killing. Bazette can't rely on killing off your supports. Whereas Melt can. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, but like that's TA. If I'm not doing TAs, Bazette is doing more damage.
Well, yeah, then that's
Dude, fucking swallow before you talk, bro.
Yummers. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, Bazette just plays so differently that I don't consider, like, Bazette is her own little corner. Bazette goes in the weird corner with all the weirdos that play differently, like KP, Bazette, and all the strange servants that aren't standard gameplay.
I don't compare Super and the SDR. You can't. That's different. And also, you can, by the way. But like, here's the thing. I only made that take because back in the day, I was 100% on board with Ryou. I was 100% on board with Ryou because I was like, Bazette will kill herself because she keeps taunting herself with her MP. So she's gonna lose so much HP. But I'm just slowly realizing that's really not a problem,
Well, in a longer term fight, Bazette
there's
will
no
eventually
long-term
die.
fight with Bazette.
It depends on the server, on their MP levels and stuff like that.
Well, I have MP1 Bazette.
Right, and how they're supporting and the team comp. Look, your team comps
Point and laugh
are
at the guy with an
level.
MP1.
Yeah, I have MP1 Bazette and she's fine. Dude, she's fine at MP1, which is what scared me. I was like, okay, Bazette's not gonna be usable at MP1. No, I was wrong. I could use her in farming at MP1, dude. Crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not a very fair comparison, I admit, but yeah, I think like Okay, I guess what I should say is I think Alter Ego Melt, if they're able to make her MP damage be like better than the other options, then she would very firmly pull ahead of the other two. It's kind of like Okita's Saber. Okita's Saber is like teetering. If she gets an MP upgrade, then she just clearly wins. So if you want to give Melt a very clear win on this topic, then just give her an MP upgrade.
Give her an upgrade and move that quick buff before damage. And
Bro,
move the buff removal before damage.
That would be such a big buff. That would just be like Tyra that ramps.
Yeah. That'd be great. What's wrong with that?
And with an upgrade MP, no.
They gave Skaha her upgrade. I don't care anymore if it sounds stupid. Skaha got an upgrade.
No, here's the thing. Because they're both voiced by the same voice actress, so you can't do that.
They're not voiced by the same voice actress.
Who?
They are.
Wait, who?
It's both Tyra and Mel.
Oh, not Skaha. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about Skaha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
we were on different
Skaha does have
here.
a lot of overlap with other characters.
I was like, are you confusing Skaha with Martha? But all right.
Does she? I thought Noto Maniko voices one character in FGO. Well, Scotty. There you go.
Yeah, also Scotty, also Altera.
Oh, Altera. I forgot about that.
And Fujino.
Fujino, yeah.
Oh, and Fujino. Oh,
damn, she's even on this list, bro. And
she's on this list. Oh,
I thought there were plenty of them. Yeah, there are.
Oh, true. There's Bryn. What's with the Lancers, man? What the fuck? Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on to the next one. We've got the first writer alter. It's weird that we've gotten two writer alters, but here we are. So, what her I believe it was her second skill. What it was before was just an instinct, which is like 14 stars, not good. But they buffed it. Now it's like, I think 30 stars. It's team-wide 10% charge, team-wide 20% crit, I believe. And
yes.
then team-wide one time 3-turn overcharge buff, which is...
Here's the hill I'm dying on. This is not worse than Satanta's buff. Therefore, you can't put this in D. This is the hill I'm dying on. So I think you guys are going to say it's worse than Satanta's, and it should be in D,
okay,
but it's not.
How often is it more how often does it justify use cases over?
So it's party overcharge, it's party crit damage, and it's a star dump.
I swear, are we gonna go back to Total Eco?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not gonna bring up Total Eco.
All right, I'm back.
I just
What's
don't
the take
feel
there?
like these effects are enough to justify her. Because like the way I look at it, like the best thing about her was the fact that she just has really good NP damage for it. Because like she has the busted multiplier and she's a free NP5. But they gave her like a team 10% battery, which like
Oh yeah.
But it's an upgrade from Instinct. So from Instinct of 15 stars to now 30 stars, crit damage, an overcharge level and 10% charge. Is that, like, I understand if the buff itself might not be a crazy buff, but from the original skill of Instinct, 15 stars, to this, where you can, you got 30 stars, you got more crit, you can bust your Brave Chain with your NP, you're getting an extra, in the end, it's an extra 15% charge overall.
All right. Here's my take on this, right? I went to take a piss, so I don't even know what rank you guys want to put it in, but
dude,
I think this is
take that
not
long, okay?
I don't think this is a really good buff. The reason behind it, okay, so context.
I don't think it's a great buff either. I just don't think it's worse than Satanta's.
No, it's not. So context. I think this buff has merit if you're running a free-to-play team. But if you're running,
I don't think so.
Really?
Like,
okay.
Because
here's the thing.
It's just like, it's nice that they gave her a bunch of different things. It's just like none of them have enough value or enough unique value.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I was corrected there because here's the thing, right? If you're putting her in a mod like a actual Buster team, like everything she gives is like what Koyan gives, but worse. And then like I obviously I'm not comparing her to Koyan, but it's a lot of overlap, so it just doesn't do anything unless you're considering Tonalico, which I did hear you guys bring up a little bit. I do think there is Tonalico comps that works with her, because with Tonalico you do need an abundance of overcharge if you want to use her skill 3 by turn 2. So there is some merit there, but
here's the other thing. I think people get hung up because they see the 10% charge. If they buffed Instinct to this without the 10% charge, I think people wouldn't look down on it as much because they'd see, it's extra charge, it's crit damage, and it's overcharge.
That's honestly fair.
They see the 10% charge and they get negative about it because it's not a large battery.
I would not be surprised if people's reception of the skill is better if it doesn't have the charge, which is stupid.
I think it would be. So I think it would be.
So, one thing about this that Okay, I'll get to that later. So, a big problem with this for me is just like if we're looking, we've already got a writer that has like team-wide 10% team-wide crit, and then like stars and stuff.
Yeah,
he doesn't have the overcharge, but Bart, like, I don't have a situation where
Ryoma also does a similar thing with party charge.
Okay,
stars, but
it's not really helping her case.
But this is what this buff exists to remove Instinct from the game, because Instinct itself is a bad
they could have done a better job with it,
Okay, so this is why I said I think there's merit in a free-to-play team, because if you're using this skill as a pure utility, I don't think it has merit. But the plus side of bringing her instead of Bart is she is actually a capable DPS. That's not just the skill. I think Bart is almost strictly just a skill. So if you are in a free-to-play team where you're like you're trying to get as many welfares as you can, and I'm not even talking about like actual free-to-play teams. I'm talking about, I'm gonna flex on YouTube free-to-play teams where it's only welfare Cs, only welfare servants, only 3-star below. They are not limited. In that context, I think maybe this kind of hybrid skill has some merit, because sometimes you want an overcharge boost effect. You can't really find it easily in the free-to-play batch of people, or like it's a big star bomb. I don't know.
I don't feel like as just one level of overcharge is going to be that huge. Like, I would rather it be like sort of like Koyan, where it's like targetable 2 instead of just 1 for the whole team.
Yeah, but it's not just one level of overcharge. It is also like, 10% charge probably not impactful. 20% crit up, if you're not having a bunch of crit steroids in your party, it does make a little bit of a difference, Like, I think small things add up if you're not using meta supports. And I think, I could be wrong because I'm not that familiar with this playstyle, but I just feel like, like 30 star bomb, whatnot, and I think it is a decent increase of, I would never bring her before. I could consider bringing her now with this buff. And also, yes, Tonalico, it does work with Tonalico, by the way. It's not because of the 10 charge. It's literally just because of one extra stage of overcharge, so you can save a Mystic Codes. They don't have to bring the New Year's one. That's just how stupid Tonalico teams
and
work.
I do think the psychology of that 10% battery makes people look less favorably on it than if it didn't exist. That is something...
That doesn't work on me.
Think.
That's not the case for me. It is objectively better than without the 10%. But to be fair, since it is there, what am I able?
Since it's there, you're going to look down on it.
No, because it's there, I'm going to look at it, and because I'm not satisfied with it, I'm going to look down on it. I'd still look down on the rest of it. It's just the fact that it's there doesn't really. It helps a little bit, but
it barely helps. It might as well not be there.
It just feels too small for it to be worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good buff. I think this buff is like probably
Oh no, it's
probably high C, low B.
It just
I think it's
doesn't.
like high C, low B.
It just
But I think
doesn't.
it's better than.
I don't feel like it goes far enough in any direction for it to be worthwhile. And like another thing about like having some free sort of DPS that can also do support. Why the fuck would I ever pick her over Habitrot?
also, I'm not arguing it's a great buff. I'm just saying, don't put it in D. It's not worse than Satanta's.
Oh,
That is my only thing. I think it is firmly in C, because you put Satanta in C. If Satanta was in D, I would say put it in D. But you didn't. You put Satanta in C. Therefore, I cannot allow you to put it in D because it's not worse than Satanta's buff.
Because yes, this doesn't go far enough, right?
So by the logic of it, like I can agree with it under the logic of it's going from a terrible skill to a mess skill, which is better than a lot of things, I guess. Like if it was like a mess skill before, and then they did this to it, and like I feel like it would have been a worse one.
Yeah, but another thing with this is like there's another plus over Bart. It's 5 turns cooldown. I really think there is some merit for like if you're class stacking and you're out of like supports, like you're trying to stack riders against like a caster boss. I think there's some merit because like it's 5 turn cooldown, 30 star bomb plus like a little charge plus a little crit up. Like it's small, but it's not like a 6 turn. It's a relatively short cooldown, and I don't know. I
just rather like bring Bart for it.
Right,
like,
and you
I
probably
disagree.
do.
It's because like okay, so part of the appeal of her over Bart is like, okay, she has a hard hitting NP, but like I still like I'd actually have to invest in getting her NP then.
We're not ranking the servant. We're ranking
also,
how impactful or how good is the buff. And I
yes,
think
and if the buff
instinct to this is a great improvement. It's not an amazing improvement.
Okay,
but
like
it's
at this point, I'm sort of just like discussing whether or not like it makes her good. I know that doesn't quite impact this because I agree. Like it is a good. It's a good buff in that it's a big improvement over a bad skill. I just don't think it's a good buff in that it like points her in the direction of usefulness.
Okay,
it doesn't elevate the servant. It's the what did we say about like
But Bard is cheaper to deploy and his skill set better. Okay, so once again, the thing with like if you're on a like super budget team is like you don't necessarily want your characters to die. At least that's what I found out. Because like initially when I started building like all welfare teams for CQs, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna build it like how I normally build teams. I'm gonna use like those low stars as utility and then whatever. And I ended up swapping all of them into 4 stars because the fact that they can live and then activate the skill a second time is more value than someone like Bart who activates the skill once and he fucking dies. Right? I genuinely believe there is an argument, it like not in the optimal min turn or whatever, like really high end. I think like in high end, this buff only helps with Tonalico. But in low end, I think this is there is an argument to use her over Bart. But yeah.
Another thing which I completely forgot about until now. I feel like a better comparison, and now that I've thought of it, is Marianning. Because Marianning also has the team-wide 10%, also has a 30 star bomb, also she has 30% crit instead of 20%. She has almost all of the same stuff, except she has NP gain support for females instead of overcharge. And I feel like just one level of overcharge isn't that impactful a lot of the time. Like if it's multiple levels of overcharge, maybe, but we're spreading it too thin. Like I'm gonna be honest.
I agree.
I'm gonna be honest. If they just took the skill and concentrated it onto her, I think it would have been a much better buff. Because like then you'd have like 50% crit for 3 turns, 30 star bomb, 30 battery, and then 2-stage overcharge.
Yeah.
That would genuinely be a huge buff for her.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that the problem with this buff being like it's spreading too thin. I don't think it's better than Kiyohime. I don't think it's worse than Kiyohime and Satanta. It's just okay, fine. I C, sure. I think C is fine.
C tier buff, C tier servant, everything C. We can see our way out of this discussion.
Like here's because like Satanta is an infinitely more usable servant than her. So this buff isn't enough to make her usable, but it doesn't mean it's worse than Satanta's buff. I think this buff actually in context is very similar to Kiyohime's buff, where like I think Kiyohime is still unusable garbage, but like it does change how I don't know, whatever. I don't care about her anyways. She's garbage.
Damn.
Okay, fine. She's garbage. She's a piece of garbage. All right,
Damn.
I don't care. They didn't even give her an animation upgrade. What a fucking piece of garbage. There you go.
Damn. So next up we got Dobrynya, who is another AoE Buster rider. But she is a lot more modern, and I feel like she's... yeah, her buff is just like way better, but a big part of that is just because NP buffs are almost always better than skill buffs.
Well, it is kind of just a normal MP buff. It does add 10% charge to it. That's really all it adds.
It's 10% AoE charge on every NP usage. So,
I mean, I would argue if we were saying Santa Alter getting an NP buff is A, and that's all it really did, and all this really does is an NP buff. Both of them have a party effect that's 10%. I think they're on the same level as far as buffs go, which, NP buffs are good.
I agree. Sorry. No, maybe we reached the verdict too fast. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Where do you want to put her?
Well, I think she's on the same tier as Jalter's update.
Santa
Jalter.
Yeah.
Oh, Santa Alter.
The same,
okay, I thought you were saying the other Santa, and I was like, what the fuck, man?
Well, you said MP upgrade.
I said MP upgrade.
MP upgrade.
Yeah, I got really confused there. Okay,
I think a basic MP upgrade is the same. Yeah, not to jump in it, but she's an easy one to kind of.
Because like I thought what you were saying was like, okay, since she got like team 10% charge, this is basically the same thing. Like no, that's not how it works. You can use this NP more than once every 5 turns.
There's also an argument for like non-welfares get more out of MP upgrades because you're not always MP5. But yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Yeah.
If they had increased the defense down even further, or if it had if it made her Buster buff like 3 turns instead of 1 turn, I might have said S, but it doesn't. It's just a flat damage thing.
It's basically just a flat damage increase.
If they had added ramp up, that would have been crazy because ramp up is good. But they didn't.
I think she was already a pretty good servant, but like a big problem with being an AoE Buster rider is literally everyone has an NP upgrade except for Europa and what's his name? The Shingen?
Shingen, yes. Takeda Shingen.
Yeah, Shingen. Making sure I didn't get him confused with the other guy. So like having that helps her helps her get on the same level as like the ones around her, and then like there's also the added fact that now she can Buster Loop if people like Buster Looping, because plus 10% charge, like she had a 20% battery. You can actually even forgo an Oberon, like if you're using K-Scope, because you can just use 20% charges. Dude, you can use Aoko for Buster.
I gave her a fucking lore just for that one demo video that got like 4,000 views.
Yeah.
That's why I don't give
and we appreciate that you do that. Instead of using Summer Chloe to make up for it and confusing people and making people think that Nero actually needs Summer Chloe to be able to 3-turn.
My child's trying to bully me into giving Siegfried lores. I refuse.
That is an awfully specific statement, sir.
Yeah, because like I had to correct someone on it because when X and I did a demo for for Nero's buff, he used Summer Chloe because his is like 664, I think, and didn't have her second append, so he had to compensate for the lack of charge with that. And like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, you don't have to give lures to your servants, so I don't entirely fault him on that. It's just like a lot of people immediately assume that's what you have to do. Like,
Yeah.
like the exact same thing happened with someone shared a blog post that some guy made about how Summer Chloe like changed everything, and his example was a setup where he 3-turned with Black Grail on Summer Ilya. But the thing about that is you don't need Summer Chloe for that. Like, if you're up against Sabers, which is what you're going to use her against, triple Scotty is enough to get her to 3-turn. But yeah. So, but like, I mean, it's fine. I'm not offended by the fact that he did that because like it's part of the meme. Like, it's Summer Chloe and Summer Ilya. The two of them working together makes so much sense.
Cute little duo, yeah.
But people immediately assume that's what you have to do, and then like the same thing happened with multicore Arc and Aoko. That shit was so funny. Like people, this team that has 2 Aokos with K-scopes and Arc with a Black Grail is considered multi-core to some people.
Yeah.
Gross. That makes me want to die.
Yeah, and Aoko wasn't even NPing for the setup. Like, I mean, she was using her swap NP.
Just transform, yeah. Just transforming.
I don't know, man. I think that's just I think a lot of people just have media literacy problems or just don't know the game well enough to know that things aren't honestly, necessary.
To be fair, it's very difficult for like an NA player to grasp how the fuck Aoko works. Like, dude, Aoko is like, what the fuck? Like, that character is such a what the fuck, you know? Like, you don't know what's happening. It's
someone you have to kind of use to, like, work out and figure out.
To know what's happening. So, like, I don't blame the people. I blame... You know how... You know who I blame. Everybody knows. No. We all know who I blame, so I'm not gonna...
Content creators that aren't me.
I mean, I also made a video about Kuro making a new farming meta, so yeah, I'm part of the problem.
Yeah, you spread lies.
Damn, dude.
So on another note, I do feel like Aoko and Arc do have really good synergy. Like
and living human.
If you're doing a double, like you can do a double Arc setup with Aoko, and like on turn 2, you can get Aoko's NP pretty easily. Because, like, she has her second append, she got 20% from the first arc, and both arcs can use their third skill on turn 2 because they don't have to individually NP for it. Because they're depending on the same field. And then you can have Aoko swap and NP on turn 3.
Another unit I think has really good synergy is, of course, Tonoliko. And the reason behind that is Aoko's non-damaging MP isn't worthless anymore. Because it actually is an overcharge boost, if you think about it.
Overcharge boost for what, though? How many?
Okay. For Tonoliko, it's +1.
Right, but I understand Tonoliko's really useful.
Yeah, let me just use someone else's NP before her just so she can get it faster. I don't know why. That just seems so wrong. No, but it makes sense, though.
It's wrong, but do you know why? It's wrong, but it's not wrong. Because you not just need to use an MP before her. You need to use an MP that doesn't kill before her.
Yeah.
True. That's why sometimes there are comps with Tonoliko you can do where you, if it's like a 50% starting charge C, you do Castoria MP first. Not for the damage, which is just for the overcharge.
Which is why Morgan and Tonoliko have good synergy, because Morgan's not going to kill Wave 1.
What was I doing? There was
Sedge, bro.
Something I was doing. I was trying to do the Lancer quest, and I was like, the Lancer new Bleached World quest. Bleached Earth quest, and I was like, I can do Proto Merlin can actually get up to 100% charge, and so I can get an extra overcharge on Tonoliko. It was like ragtag assembling of nonsense, and it's like, Tonoliko's popular. Yeah, Tonoliko is popular. Tonoliko is, I think, the best servant we got out of the past year.
I put her
I
like
think-
2 to 3. I put her like 2 to 3, but yeah.
Who do you think is better
she's
than
very
her?
good. Castor, yeah, the other one.
How about Fire Olga?
The other fucking problem is like to the right of her. It's like
What,
literally
Castoria?
Oh,
yes,
you
the
mean
next
Aqua
character.
Olga?
No,
okay.
not that. Right.
Literally the next character after Total Liko. I do think she is the bigger problem. Like the thing with Castoria is it's giving me Summer Ibuki PTSD, where it's like, okay, so every future.
Oh, so you mean Summer Morgan, or do you mean Summer Kuro?
Can you put
No,
Kuro in between the two Tonalicos?
I'm not gonna indulge you.
It's the are they gay? Is she's underage?
Are they?
Anyways. She's under. Anyways, so like, yeah, I think Castoria sets like we can see the whole problem with Summer Ibuki. Just it's manifesting in Summer Castoria. They literally have like the same thing where they have 50 battery, super high star absorb up and star return. When they're fucking arts berserkers, that's not supposed to be able to crit. Like it's the same issue. The only reason Castoria sometimes doesn't feel as broken is because there are more. Are there actually more single target arts that have MP upgrades? Not really, honestly. It's just Vlad, and then like, I guess like Draco is pretty tough competition because she's anti-servant, but like other than that, like Castoria is essentially the single target version of Summer Ibuki that's gonna ruin like a lot of single target arts that comes out in the future, in my opinion. Like, immediate case in point, Kenshin doesn't look as impressive just because she exists. Oh wow, yeah, I love that dude. Anyways, sorry.
Okay. So speaking of Kenshin, up next is Kagatora.
I mean, it is
Kagatora.
Kenshin.
I almost said Nagatora. That's not the same character.
Who the fuck is Nagatora?
Nagatora's a manga. It's the tan girl that bullies you.
Yeah, it's one of those big seasonal.
It's not seasonal. It started as a doujin. And then it became a manga, and then it got an anime.
It started as a doujin as your child?
I mean, look, there was. Look,
to be fair,
I've
they
never
all
read
are
the
children
originals,
'cause
but I'm
they're,
aware
like,
of them.
school girls and stuff.
Anyway,
is that the one? Is that the one voiced by Mash's voice actress?
I don't know. When I saw this Kagatora's buff, I misread it. I didn't notice at first that it increased the arts turn duration, and I was about to say throw this in the garbage. Because if it was just a 20, the buff is for Kagatora is it her arts becomes 30%.
Take it away.
He hasn't said what it is yet.
turns.
You're spoiling
Right.
it. You're spoiling.
I'm saying it this
Okay.
time. Her
Okay,
buff
fine.
is to
You
her
go.
first
You go.
skill, where the 30% arts buff becomes 3 turns, and it adds a 20% battery. That is the buff. I'm introducing the skill this time. Thank you very much.
True. Thank you.
I'm stealing his job. Now I will say, the 20% battery is absolutely useless on an art servant, which is
No.
I disagree.
I
Like,
disagree.
There's a little bit of
you're using it turn 1. So if you're starting, the only time, so if you're starting with a 50% charge CE, for example, on an event, then you're over capping on charge somewhere. It only is useful if you're starting.
No, you get to save a Castoria skill too.
Okay.
Yeah, or skill
hold on. If you
one.
have a pen unlocked, and you use Castoria, and so you start if it's a 50% starting charge C, you start at 50. You're at 70. Use that. You're at 90. You're either wasting 10 or 20% charge. Now, if you start at 0, that is the only time it's useful, because then you get to save a Castoria skill too. But her refund was never really a problem.
It was. All I'm telling you is I have used her in the Thunderbird thing, and that 20% made a difference. I needed like 15 more. But I mean, that's a very specific case, though. I know what you mean.
That's very. But I mean, I just don't think on art servant. Well, 20% batteries themselves, because like that is the most awkward number for a battery.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, I'm like, if that's all it was, because I misread it at first, because I thought it didn't increase the arts turn duration. If it was just a 20% battery, I would have been like, wow, what an awful buff for an art servant.
I mean, to be fair, 20 works well with Avalon.
Lady Avalon.
Yeah, to be fair. I mean, that's
at
a that's a.
MP5
What do you mean?
for 10% charge on her MP.
No, with her 20 battery. Again, 20, 20, 20, 20, 30, 30.
Oh, so if you're starting
20...
from 0.
Yeah. Or okay, let's not start from 0. You get a pen too, right? So you get 20, 20, 30, 30. You don't even need Avalon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're not using any of the
game boost. Yeah, it's a single target. She's not gonna get anything.
Right. No, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's better if you're starting from 0. But anyway, I actually on art servants. On art servants, a 20% battery is a little less impactful. But because they increase the art's duration, I think it's an okay buff. I would put this personally on the same level as Fujino's buff. I don't think it's not an MP buff. It doesn't fix their kit. It doesn't enhance their like support like Jeanne. So I think it's on the level of Fujino personally.
That's fair. Sorry, Otto, do you have anything? Sorry.
Do you have anything to say?
I like that it's a 3-turn arts buff because art servants really like 3-turn buffs over 1-turn buffs.
How much is it again? 20%? 30%?
30%.
30%.
So like it's better uptime on her damage, which I think that was like one of her bigger problems. She just had like a lot of 1-turn stuff. The battery's nice. Like it's a little bit of something.
Yeah, it's a little bit of something.
And there's circumstances where it can help you start more cleanly. And then
I
like
think they just stapled the battery on there because they wanted to increase the art's duration, but that itself is too little, so they stapled a battery on.
I mean, yeah, but like, I mean, yeah, I get what you mean. It could have been 30, but like, that's basically your argument. It could have been 30, which I completely agree with.
It's not the last Lancer that they put in here and gave a 20% battery to justify a 3-turn skill.
Oh. Wait, cool. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think B. I want to say B.
Yeah,
like
yeah, B's fair. Just like Ryou said, yeah.
It's not like super high impact, but like it helps her do what she's supposed to do. Like there's a direction she was already pointed in. So, like,
yeah.
Every time you say high impact, I think of this.
High impact sexual violence. What is this? What the fuck is this?
It's a know your meme.
Look, I just wanted to link an example.
I find the fact that it's a know your meme page a lot more funny than just the meme itself.
Sorry, I googled it and I copied the first result. Well, because there's not a in the image thing, like Google Images wasn't providing me any results, and the only thing that had results was the first Google search. But like every time you say high impact or low impact, I just think in my mind I append sexual violence to it.
Low impact sexual violence? Man, that's, I don't know if that's disappointing. What?
I don't know what that is per se, but.
So, anyways, next up we've got Charlie. Charlie went to Candy Mountain, and that is, man, I'm so fucking old. I'm so old. That's like mid 2000s. You remember that series, like the fucking Charlie the Unicorn animation?
Yes.
Yeah, stick a banana in your ear. That gets stuck in my head every now and then. Ironic, because it's literally putting something in your head. Anyways, so Charlie, he used to have this thing where he has his first skill, which is like targetable 2-time 3-turn invuln. And if you target someone else, so like if you use it and he doesn't have invuln, he'll get this buff where every time he gets attacked, he gets a trait which increases his NP modifier by 10%. And then he also had 20% NP gain for is it 5 turns or 3 turns? I can't remember if I want to say the NP gain is 5 turns.
The MP gain
is it 5?
is
3.
No, the MP gain is 5 turns. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I only
yeah.
remember the purple diamond is 5 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the effect where he gets those stacks, that's also 5 turns. But they made a change. Oh yeah, and also it had. I think it had a star bomb. Oh wait, no, it didn't have a star bomb before.
No,
But
it's a
one of the things they did was they added a star bomb to it, and I think it's a 15 star bomb. He doesn't need a lot of stars because
yeah, it's yeah.
And the other thing they changed on it is now it also gives him a different buff where every time he crits, he gets one of them, which is so much more valuable. And one of the most epic things about it is the fact that they made it so he can he can even target himself and get it.
Yeah.
So like that's going to be coming up more often because like you target someone else and then you want to get hit. It's kind of awkward, and like you're probably not going to want to taunt him. So like it would be nice in a situation where you're taking AoE damage, but then like if you're up against a boss doing AoE damage, it's probably one target, which means you're probably not going to want to use him to begin with. But that aside, it's great for him. It means you can do like an NP chain and he can just increase his damage by 20% every time he's critting, and fantastic. It works so well with the way quick servants play, and like I used to be of the camp where I was like, yeah, he's pretty good, but Okita Alter is a bit above him just because she spams better and like crits better because she has a better deck for it.
For farming, she is still, but
then
I think in a boss fight.
But now, I think they're more on the same level because his damage with his NP is a lot easier to enable. You're not as penalized for trying to protect him instead of someone else.
Also, versus Okita Alter for farming, you can do. I mean, that's card RNG dependent, but technically,
it's actually not that RNG dependent.
Yeah.
But you can. Like,
I mean, you'll accidentally kill someone. That's the only problem. And
then
you reduce his refund.
Yeah. But to be fair, if you're using Ruler Scotty, it's not going to be as much of a problem because he only has one Buster card. So I guess there's one positive to having fewer. But yeah, like it's basically the same thing you do with Summer Kama. Like you just put a card or two before your NP, but it's better with him.
Yeah, because it carries across different ways.
Yeah, it's a buff instead of a debuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to put it in S tier just because it went from. But I don't know. Like it might be a bit of bias because I really
think
like
it's
his
high
gameplay.
A.
I also think it's A.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can understand
I would put him in
that.
the front of A, just because the ones I think of as S are more impactful on.
So
Sorry.
the oh okay.
I'm gonna laugh every time I say impact now.
Okay, I'll briefly speak how I feel. So
impact sexual violence. No.
Bruh. So the way I see it, this is MP upgrade, but with extra steps. Essentially.
True.
I mean,
I guess. It's potentially better than
it
that.
Could be
though,
more.
Because,
Yeah, it could be more. Yeah.
Because
it helps
like
in boss fights a lot.
Because with 3 stacks, it's basically an NP upgrade because an NP upgrade it generally is like a 33% increase in damage. And then like but
this also doesn't scale worse with like lower MP levels as well. So I mean I think this is, I mean, I guess it's a little bit unfair to call it MP upgrade with extra steps, but like basically my reasoning behind not putting it in S is like if Charlie gets an MP upgrade, I'll probably put him in A. And I think like obviously this has the potential to be better than an MP upgrade, but obviously this also can be worse than an MP upgrade because it just doesn't
they're not
gonna upgrade his MP.
That's
I
just
know.
never gonna happen.
I know. This isn't like conditionless either, which MP upgrades are. So I think this is like on par with an MP upgrade, overall. So if Charlie gets an MP upgrade, and like I would probably, because this doesn't help his card damage, right? So like I think I also think there's an argument for S, but like I think what makes it S is like how good he is initially, like how good how decent he is already. He started off as like really decent already, and then like I guess there's argument for S.
Yep.
I don't know, like
Well, no,
to
because I do think he started off as really what is called, because like here's the thing is the general consensus was before Takeru is the quick AoE sabers are better than any other option, because
and looping.
Charlemagne and Okta Alter loop better than Muramasa, frankly. They're just easier to use. So just use them instead, right? And so they're good. This just kind of patches up him getting his super effective to make it easier to get yourself. And like puts it more in the player control, but it doesn't dramatically increase his actual, like, because if you were getting hit every turn versus getting some crits now,
but
it's not a dramatic shift in his power level. It's just an ease of access to that power.
He basically, I think the reason why he's so strong is because he was already really strong, and then like all he needed was like this little push, and then this was the little push. So I mean I would still rank it like high A, but it maybe I'm a little bit reserved on giving S, but I mean it could be wrong.
Yeah, I think it's high A, but it's high A. I mean, like, if this was like, if his original skill was like unusable and had like, if it like didn't have the NP gain attached to it, and like it only lasted 3 turns and they changed it to 5 turns and they added the MP gain, maybe I'd say higher, but all they really added was an additional way to get his stacks that he already had.
I mean, it is important though, because it went from a passive to proactive, right?
Yeah,
active. You can literally just you can control, and then he doesn't have trouble critting either. So it's technically like on attack. It says on crit, but essentially for Charlie specifically, it's like whenever he attacks, right? So
because if you're running a Charlemagne team, you're using double Scotty.
You're getting
probably
stars.
Generating 60 stars a turn, so you're probably sitting at 99 stars anyway. So it doesn't really. Everything's a crit. Like
So this is essentially on attack. On attack.
He dumps 15 stars. You're probably using 1 Summer Scotty, thinks that's 30 stars on the field anyway. So it's like at turn 1, so you're probably already critting on turn 1. Like, it's not a problem. But yeah.
I want to point out that we're a little over halfway through these, and we're like 2 hours into the.
Okay.
The first hour was. Hold on. Well, that's fine.
We spent like 30 minutes on Satanta for some weird fucking reason.
Yeah, so it's going faster now. And then we spent 30 minutes on Santa Altar, by the way.
I don't think we spent as long with her.
We spent too much time. But
I don't know.
I don't think there's anything as contentious as those two.
I might be feeling a bit different because towards the end, Satanta's discussion was really fucking boring for me because I felt like we were just going in circles. But next up is Sei. Her buff was pretty simple. They took her evade, which was a 3x3 turn evade, as well as a 3x3 turn 30% crit buff. And they changed it, so now she has a 30% battery on top of it, and now it's a 3-turn crit buff instead of 3x3 turn. So,
which,
it's like,
as terrible as Sei is, this was a good buffer, because Sei, one of the worst things about Sei is she had a 20% battery, and I hate 20% batteries. On quick, it's worse. It's worse. But yes, all 3 of Sei's skills have charge now. So this means that she can, on turn 1, pull up 50% charge, which is a good thing. And extending the crit buff out to 3 turns is good. I think for Sei, like, this is a rather good buff for her.
Yeah, I do kind of like the direction they started going, because like one way she's behind a lot of quick servants is just the fact that she barely refunds at all. So instead of, because like I know some people go on like, oh yeah, just give her an NP gain buff. You need to.
It's not gonna help her.
Yeah, you would need like 100% NP gain for it to be meaningful, and even like at that point, it's just gonna break her cards.
Yeah, because her cards are not that horrible. Her arts especially.
Yeah.
So
but like giving her more flat charge can actually be more valuable in some ways because like because
look at Karen, right? Like people love praising Karen, no? That's like a similar logic.
Yeah, like if you think about it, like if they gave her a 50% NP gain buff for like if they're doing that because like if they're talking about giving her a gain buff, it's because they want her to farm better. That would not be as valuable as a 30% battery, because the 30% battery is going to result in more charge. Because
it really does help her because like
people give I think people give Ushigozen shit for bad refund, and then Sei has like less than half of that, less than half of what she has. It's really bad, but yeah, it helps her out because like if you use like depending on the setup, like there's some situations isn't she able to Black Grail in some situations just because of the sheer amount of charge she has? Like I think like it's not impossible for her to get like 10% refund, and then you also have the regen from her first skill. She has 90% total charge if you count her second append in a 3-turn scenario, and then like also like it's not just gonna be like single core that she's helped out, and she's also helped out a lot in multi-core because she has a free 50% battery, and she also gives 10% charge per turn to the whole team.
I mean, I've used Sei quite a bit. I have a 120 Sei. She's a garbage pile of a servant, but I think it was a good buff for her. It definitely it fixes the worst part about Sei. Is really the most important thing is it allows you to be, because a lot of the time what it would be is you would if you used her like second skill her third skill on turn 1, you'd end up like 20% short on turn 2 after all was said and done, and if you didn't use it you'd be 30% short. So it was like it was like always kind of this like counterbalance of this thing. But having a 20 and a 30 battery and then the slow charge, I mean, I think it's a per se it's a really good buff because it also makes it so that you can the crits are better too, is because you want to use Sei's cards, because Sei doesn't have bad cards. In fact, Sei's cards are the only reason she actually even like in boss fights really like loops at all, is because she's
she's got a quick card stack, and her gains are pretty decent on him. Like since she's an archer, she crits pretty often.
She has built-in quick buff into her passives.
I mean, I don't ever use Sei, but like from what you guys said, I assume that's an A.
I think for Sei, I mean,
wait.
I have a hard time being impartial here. I can't like
you are not right. She does not have a quick buff in her passives. She has
no, she does.
She has a passive that increases her quick absorb, and she has a buff that increases her crit damage on quick cards.
Right, I said quick crit, didn't I?
I thought you said quick.
Because I was staring at her passive when I said it, and I saw the quick critical.
He was probably talking about card damage. I mean, I don't know, maybe whatever.
But I mean, it does buff her quick cards by making their criticals harder. So,
it makes picking the quick cards more desirable. I guess that's what. Yeah. I mean, I assume that's a A tier buff then, from what you guys said.
I think I think for Sei, because Sei's power level is initially low, and I think it fixes her to make her much more usable. Is the thing but once again, hard for me to be objective because I like the buff because I use Sei and it makes Sei easier for me to use. But I think that's that also makes it a good buff. Is it makes her easier to use. It makes it, it actually fixes a problem. So I'll defer to you two on that, on the number.
So I think if you're up against 3 sabers, she's actually able to Black Grail. Because she refunds, like, against 3 sabers, without overkill, she refunds 17 or 18% with roundup. So if she gets, like, 1 hit of overkill, she should hit 20%. And since you've got 90% total charge from her, plus 70, that's 200. That's 160, then another 100 from 2 Scotties. So you got 260%. Now, depending on how you divide up the charge, it might not work out right, but I think you can brute force it with charge.
I see. Well, yeah, that definitely sounds like a A-tier buff, because I mean, it fixes the crit damage, it fixes the battery looping problem, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it is really funny how some servants you can say adding a 30% battery and you're like, this does nothing. And other servants you're like adding a 30% battery and like, wow, they fixed it.
Is there a servant realistically that has a 30 battery that does nothing though?
Well, I mean,
Ooh.
No,
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Satanta's 50% battery isn't enough.
That's not the same. That's not the fucking same. It's, dude, okay. This is like, do you want to get paid your salary at the end of the month, or do you want to get paid like, do you want to get paid like 10% of your salary every day? I mean, okay.
So with Satanta though, it's like you're getting it's like you're getting paid per commission or something like that.
Because it's not per
like
turn.
They're paying you like a certain
whenever you
rate, like you're getting paid hourly, but then they also have like a completion bonus, some shit
fair.
like that. That's but like it's a little harder to say something like that. I guess like to round out the comparison, you would have to the goal wouldn't be getting more money. It would be affording
enough
one specific thing.
Yeah, enough money to like make it through the month. Yeah,
because
it's
like,
it doesn't help after it goes beyond 100. Yeah, but like money, there's never enough money. Anyways, yeah.
Also, I will say,
actually, technically, there are some situations where you can make too much money. Like I talked to this one guy who was on some sort of disabilities, and he was like, yeah, I can't work that much because I won't get my check if I work too much. I was like, damn.
I mean, there's ethical things to say about that. Like, it's like, oh, so you could work more, but instead you're taking government assistance when technically you could work and not need it, and that money could be used elsewhere to help people who can't. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. And
yeah, that is a pretty controversial topic, because you're
anyways, how do you guys feel about the ethics of socialism?
Yeah, exactly. You're getting into communism territory, dude. Like,
so Plushy, as the local communism expert.
Yeah. Why am I the local communism expert?
Well, I mean,
China?
I'm not from China.
Same thing.
It's not. It's literally not. That's the okay.
I hate to say that, like
not for long. Yeah. You want me to make it worse? Yeah. Not for long. If you guys vote for Trump, all right. There. I ruined it. All right. Anyways,
so
keep going.
So yeah, Genshin fans, you're funding the Chinese. Anyways, so Skaha is next. This is the servant I was talking about with the 3-turn duration thing and the 20% battery, because what they did, they took her 3rd skill, which was 1 turn, 100% special attack versus undead, and then also another 100% special attack versus divine, the latter of which had good applications sometimes, the former of which was just not useful until at a certain point we got a servant that can force that, but generally it was not appreciated enough because it was only 1 turn. But they changed it so now it's 3 turns of that, which is kind of nuts. And they also added another effect where she has, for the next 3 hits, she gets 20% charge. So it's the same thing as Satanta's, except it's 20% for 3 times instead of 10% for 5 times.
Mm.
So in a Brave Chain, you're not going to be getting 40%. You're going to be getting 60%.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it does. It also applies to the NP. So she has some of the highest single target quick refund, which is funny because she was one of the servants that could literally refund 0 as a quick servant.
Yep, 1-hit MP.
Yeah, hit NP, and then also instant death. I didn't they change it with her so it's after damage? I think they did
don't know, and I don't think that matters.
I don't think it matters for her. For her, it doesn't. It's not like Nito where it would matter, or Sabershiki where it does matter.
Maybe you want 2 stars more than you would have
maybe
got.
Stars.
Yeah, but I can get 1% more charge out of it.
In my opinion, only MP part is important most of the time unless you have Summer Woo. Okay, I disagree with that first and foremost. The reason behind that is I think currently she is the best anti-divine character in the game.
Yes, better than... Well, people always bring up Enkidu, but Enkidu's not anti-divine. He just stuns divine.
Yeah,
and do extra damage to divine.
And then guess what Skaha does? She stuns divine because she stuns everything. So I
so
genuinely...
she's just better Enkidu. I think
Enkidu was considered really good.
I think his skill set is...
He got a bit overrated since his MP upgrade because he was like the top tier of single target Lancer damage if we don't consider traits.
Yeah. But with
even
traits,
on neutral,
with traits, isn't Skaha the top servant? But like for a long time, you couldn't do anti-divine and anti-undead at all.
It was really rare. Yes. Is Skaha the top?
I think okay, let me see.
I mean, it's 200%. It's 200% PMod. It probably is. Like, it probably is. Even on neutral, yeah. Yep. Who else do you have on neutral? Like, for anti-divine?
Yeah, she was the highest on neutral. Right below her is Caster Berserker, but she's
Berker. Okay.
Yeah, Berker.
Wow,
but she's not neutral.
Well, it's an AOE versus single target, and also. Usually if you're fighting like a divine enemy, it's rare if you're fighting 3 divine enemies. So I don't like. Yeah, Nobu can use triple buster, but Skaha has so much damage on that MP, and she also has stun. Sky is kind of the same as divine. Okay, well the power mod number is different.
For the most part, yes, but because like almost all Sky servants have divinity, but there's like some exceptions, and I'd say there's a decent amount of enemy mobs that are Sky that don't have divinity. I don't know. I can't really just
also
substantiate
another
off the top
another
of my
thing
head,
with Skaha is she's just good. Like you guys have to understand how stupid 500% stun is in the game, and then like
it's guaranteed.
But you know, remember people freaking out about Monte Cristo, and then like, oh my god, but Skahak's balanced because she can't use her MP like back to back. Well, guess what? I mean, honestly, she could already kind of do it very well with Mighty, but now technically, if you're doing solo, she can loop better than Monte Cristo. The reason behind that is Monte Cristo, because if you stun them, they can't hit you. So Monte Cristo refunds more at base than Skahak, but that's the thing I mentioned earlier. You couldn't back to back no matter what. Like Monte Cristo MP, I don't know, MPBA or MPQQ, I don't know, but like the number is not going to be 100. So it might as well be 50% if you're talking about solos. And Skahak normally does 50% with the Mighty Chain already. But now with this buff, whenever she activates this skill, she can back to back. So she stun locks better than Monte Cristo in a solo situation, which is really weird to hear for some people, but that is how it works.
It's a really good buff. Yeah. So, I mean, I haven't had much to say because it's not really a debatable thing. It makes her better than the other options, and it changed her. It fixed her gameplay in a way that also made her stupid strong.
In her niche, right?
In her niche.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, her niche is also I understand needing Summer Woo to apply on dead, but I don't think saying, oh, you need a support servant to do the most damage you can is a negative, because a lot of servants
And
need
she
a
would do.
support to unlock their damage.
Her
So-
looping is super scuffed. I'm pretty sure Exnaya did it, but that was like fucking Summer Kuro plus some random bullshit with like Koyan
Yeah,
Light as well.
Since you can refund 20% guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it with Koyan Light?
so-
No, it might not be. Anyways,
So, another thing I don't think you guys have mentioned that's really nice about this. So,
Yeah.
one point she definitely has over Enkidu is her cards are really. She's really good for card damage because she has like a
her first
3-turn
skill.
3-turn
It's
absorb,
really
3-turn
stupid.
crit buff. And then also, since it's PMod, that affects her cards as well. So you effectively have 150% crit against divine enemies or undead
Yeah.
Because
and then-
power mod and
if
crit
it's
are the
both-
same calculation.
If it's both, it's 250% technically. So she has good NP damage, and then she also has really good card damage, especially if that's working.
Yeah, so currently I have heard the Minturn community, when they use Skahak for Divine, the comp is double Koyan Light.
Yeah, just so she can loop enough.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
you don't need quick buffs.
Because you're
yeah, you just
'cause-
like one Summer Scotty.
yeah,
or
because it's
something.
gonna be pretty hard for you to like cycle out supports.
Yeah, she got 2 busters as well. So like it's double Koyan Light, so she gets to use her
And
she
the
gets to double
busters
stack her.
refund.
Dude,
With
like
Koyan Light, the busters
dude.
refund.
if she
Oh, yeah,
does
true, you're
NP
right.
Buster with double Korean, then she's gonna get like
That's 40% per card. That's 80%.
she gets
And then her
100%.
MP gave 20.
Yeah, so that's 100% out of that, and then you can, then next turn, she NPs again, and you can double
Double the
cast
P mod. Yeah.
yeah, you could double cast the same
And the
stuff.
crit up, right?
You can
It's
double
5 turn.
You can double cast the batteries, so she has her NP again, and then you'll have a third turn where you have the her third skill again. So yeah, you can get like 4 NPs back to back because of it.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I I'd probably put it as.
put an
It's
S.
S.
Yeah,
I'd probably put it.
yeah, it is a really high impact buff.
Yeah.
So this one is a little bit weird. So, Erish has always been a pretty solid servant, especially since she got her NP upgrade, but this isn't her NP upgrade. This is an upgrade to her first skill, which, I don't know, I think people expected a buff to her mana burst skill instead, because it was a 1-turn buster buff and
Mm-hmm.
just a battery. But instead they buffed her invuln, which now
Like
instead of
guaranteed,
being 80% chance of 3 different procs of instant death immune, debuff immune, and then buff removal resistance, I believe those are the 3.
Yes. I think
Now all 3 of those are guaranteed, and it also reduces our cooldowns by 1. So it's technically a 5-turn cooldown. So
I forgot. I thought that it doesn't affect the skill that you're using at that time.
It should affect that,
It should. It should.
way it
Because like
does-
it works like that with Koyan Light. It works
yeah,
like that
with Shingen as well, and Ibuki.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you are crazy. So it's
I'm
kind
not
of weird
crazy. It's
because
children
like
who are on.
the total effect is really solid. It means you got better uptime on stuff, but
Her skills suck.
I don't.
I'm
feel
sorry.
Like,
I think her skills suck. Like I'm genuine. I think. Oh, sorry. You
I don't
finish
really.
first.
I don't think her skills suck. It's just I don't feel like it affected it that much. Like it's a lower cooldown, and that's nice. That means you have better uptime on her third skill, which is helpful because that means you're getting the attack buff more often, as well as the crit rate resist and so
Okay,
on
well,
and so
yeah,
forth.
it's just her
Well,
skill tree.
here's what it allows. Here's the thing: is it allows you to in situations where you are, say you're in like a multi-core situation, and her her turns are wave 2 and 3. It allows you to use mana burst on both of those turns with a
Yeah,
bitch.
yeah,
Um,
I think that's like one of the biggest impacts of it, just the fact that like now it's basically a 50% battery on a
it
5 turn
allows you to
cooldown instead.
5 turn
consecutively use that. So
Well, guess what?
plus
Nobody likes Shingen anyways.
I
All
just
right,
don't
nobody likes
I
Shingen.
don't know. I just feel like it doesn't change her gameplay very much.
Yeah, because like most, at least this is how I see it. Most of her buffs are on her MP.
right,
Like
but
it's
also a pure debuff immune, no longer chance debuff immune, and buff removal resistance, and a lowering of all her cooldowns by 1 to make her a 5-turn cooldown. I mean, I at least think that's B. I don't.
Oh
I
no
don't.
no no! Yes, I'm just saying
Like,
I don't
it's
think
a-
it's like
it's
I don't think it's
objectively-
S because like there's some people think it's really good,
It's
but I don't think it's like that.
objectively a good buff. Like, this is a really nice thing. It's just I feel like a lot of the time it doesn't really matter. Because one of the reasons why is with her second skill, it's pretty timing specific. So sometimes you don't like even when
Wanna
you
spam
even
it.
if you had it
Yeah.
1 turn earlier, you're probably not going to use it on that turn.
Yeah.
And then like the invuln being on a lower cooldown is always nice. And I don't know, it's just kind of weird.
I don't even
I
think
was
it's
like, 'cause
low
you said-
B. I think it's like high B, low A. But like I don't
You
think
said
it's
that most of her stuff comes from her MP, but I mean, if you look at her entire kit, really
she
all
needs her
you
skill
get,
3, right?
all you get from the Blessing of Kur that really matters is the 20% attack up. Like the defense, the MP generation, the max HP, all come from
Why
the
doesn't-
skill itself.
Okay, so what I meant by getting a
Oh.
lot of stuff from her NP,
Yeah,
I
that's
meant
fair.
that because she uses her NP pretty often. So like you get a bunch of casts
Yeah, she
of
has
stuff from it.
she has the insane arts card. She is
Yeah.
the one with the insane arts card.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I think like as far as Aresh being usable, one, I think people kind of look down on Aresh a little too much.
What?
I do. Like in the
I mean,
past,
some
like
people-
I don't know if it's as prevalent nowadays, but like for a couple years when I first started playing, and even up until after Melusine came out, people.
Well, that was before her MP upgrade.
Right. People. Well, I mean, even now, I think
People-
people haven't changed their opinion
Yeah,
even after
people-
the MP upgrade.
Yeah, people will just
Really?
like
Because-
not change their minds about things because they just don't pay attention.
Right.
I have
even though
not
she's
heard slander on Aresh like
Okay,
almost
okay.
ever. That's crazy.
Well,
Plushy.
here's the
Plushy,
main
there-
problem with Aresh is her competition is Melusine.
Yeah, Plushy, you might not remember, but there was a good amount of disagreement when we put her in EX on the tier list. Like a lot of people in chat were not very happy about it, but I think part of that was because didn't we put Romulus a tier below her?
Yeah,
I think she's better than Romulus. I think Aresh is.
No, I don't agree.
I don't like Romulus. I have a distinct dislike of Romulus.
I changed
so-
my opinion on that tier list. I think Aresh does not deserve EX.
Well,
I am that guy you're talking about. Plot twist. I am the guy. I am the guy who looks down on Aresh. Because here's the thing with Aresh Kigal, right? Like, yes, she has a really good arts card. She has really good whatever. I think her skill set overall is not that strong, and it also doesn't take advantage of Koi and Sky of Light. So
if
so she
hot,
works better
how
in a.
bad?
So okay, I don't even think she's hot.
What?
Damn.
You don't like her? You don't like her Lost Field 7 costume?
What? So she got a tan now. She's suddenly hot. She's not Suzuka.
And the outfit is
Yeah,
different.
and they put her in a
It's
mini
starry
skirt,
and-
which is like, oh, okay.
Oh,
fucking-
I was absent during Lancer. Okay, that explains it. I don't think she's. I'm sorry. All right, look, Aresh Kigal is not hot, and she doesn't deserve a summer version. All right,
She's the
fine.
cuter of the
Fuck outta here.
of the rim
okay,
faces.
so-
But I don't want her to get a summer version because I also want to just deprive those people of joy.
Okay, see,
That's
Rin
me.
fans. Yeah.
see, Boudica should have gotten a summer version over her, right? Like Boudica should
Disgusting.
absolutely
No,
get a summer
Okay.
version.
Boudica's artist sucks.
Okay.
He's not allowed to draw summer servants anymore
so-
after Charlotte.
So, Plushie, this is gonna be a weird question, but if
Okay.
she squirted breast milk, would you find her more hot?
No. No. Also, dude, her with breast milk, dude. You gotta, dude.
Okay,
There's no way.
okay, I gotta
Rin's
clarify
breasts-
for people in the audience. He uploaded a video last night, where he edited Corian to be shooting breast milk at him. Like, go to
He's
his
a
channel to
weird
watch.
sexual predator.
It's not.
No,
It's
no,
just
no.
that-
Let's say
it's just you guys
deviant.
have
Okay,
wild
weird.
we
boys.
can look. You can't call him a predator. Okay,
Why? What are you
Like-
insinuating?
like.
what are you
Yeah, like,
insinuating?
it's-
No,
I'm
you
not-
I
I'm
feel
not
like
doing
it's.
people.
I feel like it's unfair. Like,
I'm allowed within 500 feet of a school.
Who's
Thank
he-
you very much.
for now, it's just like he's not gonna predate like what, a mom, like.
But anyway, so I mean that was a joke. But like, okay, back to Aresh. I think Aresh is just. I think she's really solid, and the MP upgrade really fixes like her issue because she has an MP upgrade really good. I just think her playstyle doesn't really take advantage of Koi and Skaha, and her solo is a little bit overrated. Like, yes, she gets to spam her MP every turn. So
Well, I mean, she gets to spam her MP every turn.
so it's good damage.
She only
I mean,
has 2 turns. She has a 3,000 heal every 5 turns, and a defense increase every 5 turns.
that doesn't sound very good.
And
A big-
invincibility every 5 turns.
A
Like,
big,
that one's pretty good, but
a
I
big-
think the other
okay,
ones don't
a
sound really
big
good.
a big thing with her is she is a very team-oriented servant as well. 'Cause,
Yeah, she's
her
like a
NP
team-wide
applies-
support.
Yeah, her
Yeah,
NP,
yeah, yeah.
like, just by virtue of using her NP, you're removing the enemy's ability to crit. You don't even
Yeah.
have to worry about debuffs for that.
Yeah.
You're also giving the team defense and heal, and they're also getting their NP more often because they got an NP buff.
and you can't be insta-killed by weird gimmicks.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the least impactful. Which is weird because that is the one thing that's doubled up on in her kit. It's granted by Blessing of Kurt, and it's granted by her skill 1.
she's just
Yeah.
she's just being kind and sharing.
She just
even
really
though
doesn't want you
that
to die.
even though that didn't go very well for her last time she tried to share. But
I just think her best comp is like, I don't know, with like Merlin Constantine. I guess with Constantine, but this is a weird sentence. I mean,
okay,
Constantine mentioned.
Let's
like,
let's not think of it as much of like what's her best comp, and more so think of it as like there's a lot of different comps that she can work
True.
with better
You're
than
not
most
wrong.
servants. Because
you're not
I just-
wrong.
Plus,
But
the
she
ranking is
but-
not about the servant itself. It's about the buff on the servant.
Yeah,
And I think the
again,
buff
I
is
don't-
good for her.
It's good
I think
for
it's
her,
good for her.
obviously. I mean, if this was on like any other servant, it would be like I mean, that's not true, obviously. But like, if this was on like fucking, let's say, okay, Romulus Curanus, it would be infinitely better. Because like, I just think her skills are not as valuable to compared to a lot of other Buster units, and a lot of her value comes from her MP, both from the damage side and from the party-wide buff side. And right now, Buster units really want to take advantage of like cooldown reductions. I guess you can argue like there are various special servants like Bavanshi, but she's also not specialized enough, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Because the good thing is she doesn't get completely like fucked if you're trying to do normal Buster stuff with her. But at the same time, she's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's my bias. I thought she was really solid. I just never thought she was like insanely good. I think she's just like generically good, but she doesn't peak at anything, right? So, I mean, I think she's definitely more of an A+ servant. Like if you look at other stuff, right? I don't know. I could be wrong. But yeah.
okay, so how do we feel about the buff though?
I think.
I
I
mean,
think
B
Plush
to
wants
A.
to have B to A. So
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to follow me, but my take is like by far the least
Oh
agreeable.
no, I don't
as well,
I don't
but-
think like it, because it is good, but it doesn't fix something that was broken with her kit. It just enhances her kit. So I think B is where it is. I think A is like it's fixing something, or it's solidifying something really well.
Yeah, or it's pushing
B
something.
is
I don't
B
think this
is
is pushing
it's
anything.
good for them, but and C is doesn't do anything really. I don't know why we made a D tier at this
I
point.
feel like
because
Auto
we-
actually, because like you started with like you didn't think it was really broken, so I assume you wanted to be like A or B, right? As well.
I thought it was B from the start because
I think B is
personally.
okay. Like,
Uh,
I don't feel like it's a huge change in her performance because it's just like increasing the uptime on her skills for the most part. That's literally all it is, and like also more consistency on her first skills, extra buffs. But that's a lot of the time that doesn't really come up.
yeah,
so-
yeah.
So
And Buster usually is the card type that would exploit this the most, because you can reduce the cooldown of the cooldown reduction. That's how it works, right?
I guess that's
But-
part of it.
and
But she doesn't really take advantage of it because like her skills, there's not a lot of double stacking in her skills in general, and like that is the most broken part about like high speed Buster, right? Like high speed. One of the most broken part about like Koyan Light is you get to have double the amount of self buffs, which is like, you know, if you are a character with insane self skill sets with sure enough cooldown, then you know you will be really stupid when you have all the steroids up, like Kukulkan, right? Like Kukulkan is really good because her skill sets are so good, and then Koyan Light made it twofold. But she's kind of like the opposite. Like a lot of her strength is on her MP. I would definitely, because like her MP is upgraded as well, so like her damage source is mostly from her MP. I mean, no shit, but like and also like the Blessing of Kerr attack bonus is from her MP as well. But yeah, I mean,
but yeah, so
yeah.
so I think B is fine. And speaking of B, Bradamante
Yeah.
starts with a B.
Yeah. So just to clarify, because NA has not gotten 2 of her buffs. Like her less recent buff was a 30% battery. Like they changed the 20% to be 30%, and also added a 3-turn 30% anti-earth mod. So power mod for that, which helped her 3-turn
30%
NP gain. Oh yeah, NP gain as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, she was able to pretty handedly whack Grail Loop, but her damage still wasn't particularly great. But the most recent buff that she got was the NP upgrade with the CBC event. And what it was, the only thing they changed other than the multiplier was they added a 30% crit ramp. So 3 turns of 30% crit every time she uses her NP. So like it was already a pretty decent NP in my opinion, because it's like 60% chance to stun, 20% NP damage, and then 20% crit rate down. So it was just a pretty nice spread of different types of effects. NP damage always has applicability, even if you're not like ramping it. It's just like, okay, you always got a buff that applies there. And then like sometimes the stun did stuff, and the crit rate was there for when it did not do stuff. But yeah, now she's more offensively capable, and like they clearly wanted to go in more of a direction where she NPs more often and gets more out of that, and it's just objectively a good buff, because NP buffs are always nice.
Yeah, I think this buff definitely. Oh, sorry. Do you want to go first, or?
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's a ramping crit buff, and the buff on her first skill, which was an anniversary buff, so not one that we're counting here.
You mean her third skill?
This list, yeah, because like after her third skill buff, really helped her in that regard. So this really is just kind of like a fix to her
Follow-up.
damage.
Yeah.
A follow up to her damage. Adding the ramp up for crits is nice. And just the general damage increase. I mean, it kind of is like with everything else, it's an MP upgrade. But it's not, none of these MP upgrades that we've seen so far which is funny because the later ones are, but none of the ones that we've seen so far have been the game-changing type MP upgrades. They're just nice MP upgrades. I'm feeling maybe we want to adjust MP upgrades to not be automatic A, but like they've been.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Don't worry,
okay.
don't worry. It's not like all of them are gonna be A rank.
I mean, my
Right.
sorry. My take on this is like a very nice follow-up to the battery buff. So now her looping damage is really good, and just overall, I think like there is an argument to use her over, because like before, even with her battery buff, I think there's not a lot of actual reason to use her over Britomart, but like I think right now, because of the increased damage, and of course, you know, crit ramp up also helps. It does make her feel like I would actually rather use her over Britomart, for example, just because of the better looping damage. So I like this buff a lot. Like obviously it is like a big part of it does come to like how she's actually really decent at looping after her battery buff, and then what she needed was just the extra push of damage, which I mean for a perma servant that wants to compete with like modern SSRs that have like just generally better kits like Britomart, I think it is important, and this is what helps her just quite a bit, and yeah, it makes her one of the, you know, I think I don't think it's a overstatement to say she's the best AoE quick looping Lancer right now. I mean, maybe that doesn't mean much, but
I mean,
Yeah,
what's
she's-
the competition there? Let's think for a
It's
second.
Parvati,
it's Parvati,
it's Valkyrie.
Britomart, and Valkyrie. Yeah.
Yeah, she's probably the best now, and
It's I'd say that's basically just because she has the 30% battery and she
Has
has an
upgrade
MP
MP.
upgrade. Because I'd say from experience, I think she has like some of the weakest refund at base, but she has the 30%
Oh, yeah.
gain buff.
Oh, yeah.
And usually like if you have better refund at base, that means you're going to be more flexible
yeah.
once you stack other things on top of it. Like Parvati has ridiculously good refund. She has flat refund on top of it, and like I kind of want to say Parvati's pretty high up there too. It's just she doesn't have an NP upgrade, so she's
well,
gonna
the
be behind.
problem with Parvati is
behind.
Parvati has a 1-turn attack up. I mean, she has the 30% quick up for 3 turns, but her attack up is only 1 turn, and I think that in the end hurts her.
It is a 50%
over-
attack buff though.
I mean,
Yeah.
over, you know, Bradamante, who gains, who does have the 30% quick, but has, you know, anti-earth for 3 turns, so that's good. And then
Does she have
has an
30%?
upgraded MP.
Does she have writing? Because if she doesn't have writing, it's only 20% quick. But she does have an NP damage buff on her NP.
No. Bradamante is 30% quick on her skill.
No, it's, if I recall correctly, isn't it
No,
20?
it's 30%.
it was 20
I'm
and
staring
20.
at it right now.
Oh, I thought it
No,
was
it's
20 and 20.
30-30. She has, because it has no other effects, it's 30-30.
Okay, that must have been why I was thinking that, because it's just like it's only got 2 effects. I was thinking it was lacking in a different way.
Doo-doo skill.
Maybe I'm mixing it up with Deer Mods. It has 20
Maybe.
quick, 20 arts, and 30 crit. But
No, I
know
think
she didn't
she's
have
better
crit.
than Parvati.
I mean, SSR, like that's just what
That's just what
happens.
it is. Well, I mean, she wasn't though. That's the thing is she wasn't.
Well, yeah,
and then
yeah,
she
yeah.
Then she got 2 good buffs, and they
Yeah.
fixed her. Bradamante was a
Yeah.
character who was objectively bad, and
Yeah.
now is a character who, after the thing is, it's after 2 buffs, she's objectively good.
Yeah. And
so
fix
it-
her card, I guess card, because she has 1 buster, but like the crit ramp up is pretty nice if you're using like
Yeah.
then MP becomes very spammable. Yeah.
And the thing,
Mm,
her buffs were, you know, in less than a year.
yeah,
It's kind of hard
yeah,
to separate them from each other.
yeah, that's why I said it feels really like a follow-up buff to the battery, because I mean, and both like improves her in like a similar direction, which is like
because
MP looping.
they buffed her during CBC, which is the Guy event,
Mm.
which is weird, right?
No. To clarify, this CBC was the French event.
Yeah.
I hate the French.
Damn. Well, apparently they don't, because it's actually kind of funny. Like,
Who else in the chat hates the French?
dude, like, they buffed several Trom servants, and all of them were really, really good buffs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, speaking of,
course.
okay, so Bradamonte is at A?
Yeah, I'd say
Okay. Because here's another Trom servant. We got Constantine, who used to have an NP where he had like a one time, I think it's one turn self-invuln on the NP, as well as 5,000 damage cut for Roman allies, 100% defense for all allies, and self 30 to 50% buster scaling with NP level. But they buffed it, and now it's team-wide 1-time 3-turn invuln, which is capable of stacking with other types of invuln, like just other invulns in general, which is like great. It's still 100% defense, still 5k Roman damage cut, but also the buster became team-wide, so it's 30 to 50% mana burst for 3 turns, and then they add another overcharge, which was NP damage for 3 turns.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the entire team
And
gets
the
20 to 40%.
Yeah. Wait, you said the invul's stackable, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is the most. I don't know if this is the most impactful buff they've ever had in the game, but like if you were like taking like a top 5 buffs that they've ever made in the game to like fixing a servant, this has to be up there. Because it took him from a literal laughing stock, everyone calls him like the worst SSR in the game, to one of like the best buster buffers in the game.
Yeah,
like
I think outside of solemn spam, he is better than Himiko, for example.
It's like a complete 180 on a character, because they made his NP good. So I mean, like I think that's an easy S. I don't know what other buff characters had. Like, is there any other buff that you think of that's had like a 180 done on a servant?
Salter, I guess.
Saber Alter. I mean,
yeah.
But was that really as impactful as like Constantine?
I mean,
it ended up.
She was just not very favorably regarded for the most part.
She literally did nothing essentially. But
yeah,
I mean,
people didn't call
yeah.
her like the worst. I don't think. I think maybe like as far as like turnarounds due to buffs, I think his might be the strongest like buff we've ever had.
I mean, it is scary. Like, imagine if, like, basically what this buff did, on top of adding improvements, is like, imagine there's a character who has like self-buff MP. It's like a self-buffing, non-damaging MP, and you literally make it AoE.
Viewer, if you can think of another servant that got a better buff, then smash subscribe and comment below.
True, but yeah, like that's what I mean. So like imagine if super like this buff, I mean this is probably an overstate, but like imagine this buff is like if Super Orion's MP becomes AoE.
Yeah, except Super Orion had a good MP beforehand.
Well, yeah. But like yeah, it just or like I guess technically if you're talking about that, like Qin Huang with an AoE MP. Would be like Jeanne or something. I mean, the taunt wouldn't make sense anymore, but
I don't know. I think Constantine did get, because I think a lot of people on YouTube have mentioned that Constantine is now good. Like I don't think
he is.
Yeah, because because it was the shocking thing that happened. That was my dog. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, I thought that was you barking.
No, it wasn't me. But like I think most people mentioned it. Like I think most of NA understands he gets better. Okay,
so I actually had a thought of a servant that did like a complete 180, possibly more so than he did. Can we count unlocking a third skill as that?
Oh, I mean,
because if we can, I think Mephistopheles is a good example of that. Because
no, I don't.
He
like,
was
Mephistopheles has his gimmick,
Mephistopheles was terrible.
He did nothing
before he had his buff block, because all he had was an RNG drain and stars per turn, and it wasn't even much stars per turn. And his NP was like, you know what his NP was? The only effect it
Curse
had was like
or
chance
his
to
defense?
curse.
A chance to curse.
The overcharge was chance to curse.
I mean,
there's no other effect. But
in the sense that his entire identity is the third skill. Right now.
Yeah, like
I mean,
if he didn't have his third skill, he would be nothing. Even now, like he's gotten an NP buff. He got a buff to his second skill. Still, the only reason you use him is the buff block.
Yeah, like his entire identity comes from the third skill unlock, which I mean, I guess that's fair.
I just don't think like the buff block is as like impactful to like the general.
Okay. I get that, but
yeah. So I mean, like I still think that Constantine's
his buff block applies in a lot more unique of a way than most servants do. Because most servants, they have it like 1 time 3 turns. His is 3 times.
Yeah, just
unlimited.
3 times.
And just like the fact that you like, there's some situations like a good example is Kenshi Huang, where he gets debuff immune, and then he starts using this NP that will fucking shred you and prevent you from doing any damage. But if you apply that ahead of time, then like he's gonna like the next 3 times he tries to NP, he does nothing at all. It's just wasting an action.
Yeah.
So like there's situations where it's just really, really valuable, and basically irreplaceable in what it's able to do. Because I'd say most of the time buff block is better than buff removal, because like
it's preemptive buff removal.
Yeah, because like there's some situations like where they'll spam a bunch of offensive buffs for a turn, and then like buff removal is not going to do anything there, but you can prevent it ahead of time. So I feel like that might have been that, because like to compare it over to Constantine, like he wasn't as good at what he does now, but he was usable. Like he wasn't as good at buffing damage, but he did have 20% attack, 20% buster. He still was able to protect the team, just not as efficiently. He did a lot of the same things, but like, yeah, I mean, his buff was insane for sure.
I mean,
yeah. So
I don't know. It's an argument just for the sake of fun, I guess.
Yeah.
Just theory crafting. But yeah, viewer, if you have a better idea, smash subscribe. Don't bother sharing. Just subscribe instead.
We don't care about your opinion. Just let us know you have one.
Yeah.
Just
if you're not a bot.
Exist.
Yeah, if you're not a bot. But yeah, I mean S tier. Once again, like people are gonna some people might disagree, but dude, outside of Solemn Spam, why would you use Himiko over him? Well, I guess like if you really want crit damage. Yeah, like this is like a more overall version. This is like if Merlin. This is. I mean, like, I feel like I've definitely heard people are like, oh man, imagine how broken Merlin would be if you could like spam his illusion. Obviously, it's not as good as illusion, but like, you know, he essentially has like infinite spam for like tanking MPs. Like he has like instant access to tanking MPs.
You can put him in a team with Merlin and use them together with a DPS.
Yeah.
Like
this is the thing that I suggested before he even got buffed, and you guys didn't think it was enough, did you?
Well, now it is.
Well, that's because he was just pure defense and he didn't bring anything to the DPS.
He has stars per turn, and he has the attack and buster.
Blah, blah, blah. You can't convince me I was wrong in the past. The past is the past, old man.
Old man? Who are you calling me old? You fucking octuple whatever the fuck?
What the fuck? Octopus?
I know, it's octogenarian.
Anyway, Murasaki.
Yeah.
Which one was even her
character.
Buff? It was her third skill buff.
So her third skill, it used to be 3-time damage cut of 1,000 for the whole team, as well as a 1-time 3-turn buff removals resist of 100%.
But added chaotic?
And then,
is it adding chaotic?
And then also, let me finish, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Then also 1-time 3-turn debuff immune, and it was all on a 5-turn cooldown, so it was a pretty nice skill. Then they added a new metric, like a new dimension to it, where now it's also offensive, and the whole team gets 3 turns of 30% anti-chaotic, and then a separate one that's 30% anti-good. So she gets 60% PMOD against Sei, I guess, because Sei already got 100% against her.
Yeah, because so she's anti-demonic, chaotic, and good. I think this is a good buff for her, but I don't, because it's leaning more into a support thing. But I don't know how impactful of a buff it is for her.
I mean, it's 30 PMOD and 30 PMOD. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, she's still gonna be the character you use for buff removal res, and then now she hits a couple of niches. I'm not sure if she's worth using without the buff.
Well,
I mean,
buff
still she has
removal
buff
resistance
on
has
MG.
been taken over by Jufu. Jufu and Santa Nightingale, I think, are the easier options.
Well, okay, well,
so,
that's for TAs
because they're free.
Like, what if you...
No, they're free.
Okay, but
no, but like, they're not party wide.
Yeah, that's one of the.
Wow.
She arguably has the best application of buff removal resistance, because like there are a lot of servants that have like more than one proc of it, but the fact that she can just apply it to the whole team for 3 turns, and that just deals with one of them, because oftentimes it's just like one buff removal that's gonna fuck you up bad. And the fact that she can protect the whole team instead of just that, like it's better than Benny Enma's, who's only 1 turn on it, because that means it's a little more timing specific. But but Murasaki has it with good uptime, and like it's also not just buff removal resistance; it's also debuff immune. So like there's a lot of like this is a character that can completely remove the effects of an enemy skill. Like she buff blocks them so they can't apply their own buffs, and then she prevents them from debuffing the team and prevents them from buff removing the team. Like she really just shuts down a lot of stuff. I would have loved to have seen them do something more so with her damage, because her damage is kind of lacking. She has like the lowest 5-star AoE caster damage, because it's unupgraded, and then a lot of her buffs, like she's pretty.
It's a race to the bottom there, really.
Yeah, that's a caster issue more so than just her being lacking, because like she has like one of the best super effectives out of AoE casters, I would say. At least 5-star ones, because like anti-demonic, I feel like that's more applicable than like anti-king. Like there's a decent amount of kings. I mean, I guess there's more king servants than demonic servants, because it's like 20 versus 40.
I mean, hey, it's worse than anti-evil, but hey, we're not talking about her.
But to be fair, she also now has chaotic and good, which is a massive level of coverage there.
Yeah, she has really good coverage.
Are there any demonic, chaotic, good characters?
Yes, there's one. You know who?
Ibuki.
Yes, it's Ibuki.
It's Ibuki?
Ibuki.
Yes.
I think it's Ibuki Saber only though.
Chaotic, good, and demonic.
Summer is Summer alignment.
Yeah.
It's dumb.
So only one does she get full? I mean, yeah.
I mean, but
there's
it's
a lot
full,
of chaotic. Good has a lot of things.
So part of it, one of the things to consider is almost all of her damage is shared with the team. She has AoE 30% defense down, AoE 30% anti-demonic, then also anti-good, anti-chaotic. So you don't really have to have like a bunch of overlap for it to be worth it, because if you have all the overlap, it's 90% in like 90% special attack and 30% defense, which is more than most high level supports will give you for 3 turns. But if you only have 2, then you still have 60% PMOD and 30% defense down. Then you also have the nice utility effects of debuff immune and buff removal resistance. So I feel like they just wanted to spec into her like ability to support.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's what it really does.
Like I like using her as a DPS, but I do like that she has more applicability in that regard.
Yeah,
I do remember I used her as a support quite a bit early on. As time has gone on, though, I use her less and less. That is partly due to my playstyle, because I don't want the entire party to have buff removal resistance, and I don't want the party to have damage cut. So I end up not using her. Like, she is someone who I definitely used earlier on, but as I got more precise in how I handle things, I use her less. So she's good, especially as a support. I think that's what most people use her as, because the anti-demonic defense down. What's her second skill again?
It's NP seal,
an
NP
NP
damage
seal,
and 30% battery.
Oh,
yeah, that's on herself though. But the NP seal for the party is fine. The defense down and demonic, and then the debuff immunity and the buff movement, like, it's all good.
I'll tell you what.
I definitely think though that if you're being precise and you only really need one, Zhufu and Santa Nightingale are good substitutes, and they're not SSRs. If you just really want to defend one person,
they are free, yes,
and they are free.
I'll tell you what. There's actually some situations where she's really way better than you would expect. I use her, like, when my NA account got to it, I used her for Demon Hound Barghest, and she was really good there. It was shocking how good she was there, because...
Doesn't Barghest remove buffs too?
Yeah, she removes buffs, then, there's... Then, like, there's also the damage cut, but she gives, like, good damage buffs for Lancelot, because what I would just have Mash, Lancelot, and Barghest. Not Barghest. And Murasaki up front. I guess I did have Barghest up front. Just not mine. So, and like, I think one thing that people get the wrong impression of with that fight is they think that it's a big damage rush, when it really isn't, unless you let a lot of servants die. Because once she goes through like 3 servants, she has like 100% attack. But like, she doesn't have that, like, her damage isn't that egregious at the start.
You just can't let her eat your team, basically. Like,
yeah, and she's pretty good for that in particular. And the NP seal was pretty helpful. The debuff immune was nice. Like, it's just basically everything came up there, and she could even do a little bit of damage there. But
I think
mine's a little stronger than average.
I know what you're gonna say, but where do you want to place her?
I think B is okay, because like it doesn't. Like,
it doesn't add, like, she's doing what she does already, and then, like,
it's...
You're also probably not picking her just for the power mod. I mean, you could, but...
Yeah, like,
okay,
I mean...
I'm good with that.
I just like that you can genuinely use her as a support for more things now. Because, like before, there weren't really situations where you'd use her for buff removal resistance over Santa Gale, but now, if you're up against someone who has multiple of those traits, I feel like she pulls ahead, because
I
like,
feel if you hit 2 of those traits, it's worth taking.
Because like 30% NP damage and 20% attack versus 30% defense down and like 30 or 60 or even potentially 90%. Like, that's it is.
That's
pretty
a lot.
worth it.
Oh, 90%'s a little rare, but yeah, no, I think B's fine.
Yeah, 90% is quite rare, but hey, who knows? Maybe we're gonna have a challenge quest with Ibuki sometime.
Yeah, hopefully never.
maybe they'll add another servant that has chaotic good and demonic.
We can just put this next one in D. We don't need to worry about this one.
Yeah, put her. I'll just put her back down here. So yeah.
I mean, obviously it is stupid. Like, it's just it raises her damage so high. I do like this buff direction.
How does it raise her damage? So it's Summer Musashi. Her NP used to just be of course it had good refund at base. Then it sealed Saber NPs and applied crit rate down. I believe that's all it did before. But now it also has super effective damage against Saber servants. And by super effective, like you'd assume it would be 50%, but no, for some reason it was 100%. So she does she just does a lot of damage now. Like if you look at a neutral calculation for what she does, you multiply it by 3, and that's what she does to Saber servants.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's funny. It was a funny buff. It's like, goodbye, archers. We don't need you anymore.
Once again,
like
I love reminding people that this thing does more damage than Gilgamesh against sabers that are weak to Anumilish.
Yeah, she's like her thing is like she was sort of just general use before. Now she's like better at damage than. She's better at damage than most AoE berserkers, and then she's better at damage than most archers. So yeah, she decided to take a niche while also getting good just general performance. Like I'm fine with putting.
I don't think
S.
anti-saber's a niche. It's an additional class.
Look,
That's
I mean, to be fair,
there are like
evil
13. There are like 13 classes in this game, so there's 12 classes that she doesn't get damage against. All right.
Honestly,
true, but in farming, how often do you? I mean, ignoring this last 90++, in farming, you don't run into extra classes that often.
Honestly, in my opinion, this would have been fair if her super effective is normal.
Yeah, if it was only 50%, it would be fair. It
would be fair, but it's really unfair because it's 200. It's 100% extra, and 100% extra allows her to outdamage most single target archers, which is fucking stupid. Like, why?
Yeah, because that's the same. Like it at Overcharge 1 is the same scaling that the anniversary units get for their AoE. Because like Arc and Tonalico are at 200% at MP5. She doesn't need to be MP5 for one. And it can go up if she gets overcharge to 300%.
Yeah, if you're able to get her to overcharge 5, which I mean, to be fair, it's not easy. Like it probably needs what Lady Avalon and Castor MP. That's
not that hard. Hold on. If you're in an arts team and she does NP and a single arts card, she's probably like 200-300% already.
True. If you have her more than MP1, yeah, you can manually charge it to 200.
You just need like one arts card will probably get you 200%. 2 arts cards get you for sure 300%, and then you use Proto Merlin's first or second skill, 500% overcharge. Now you're just absolutely obliterating archers.
Yeah, you're doing quadruple damage.
It's not even funny.
You're doing ×4 damage while you're having 1.5 times class advantage as well. So it is 6 times damage versus neutral. I mean,
yeah. Easy top of S.
So it's kind of funny. It's like, the reason why she the reason why she actually just like drop kicks so many archers. It's not because like the values on her stuff are that insanely
Archer
crazy.
Also just sucks as a
it's just a lot of like the standard for archers is kind of low as far as self buff values, because if you look at
and also
like,
0.95, like that's another thing.
The thing with archers is there's not really bad archers, but there's also not a lot of archers that
they're not hard hitters.
Good. So archers.
That's the thing about the archer class. It's just not a highly offensive class, I would say.
They're a very good class at doing things decently, but they don't excel and they don't fail very often. Like honestly, if you look at like most of the archers, like what is like there are very few archers that are like, I think, outright bad. Actually, I don't think there's any archer that's outright bad. They buffed Arjuna.
No, it is
Really?
against Saber Servant. No, it is against Saber Servant. Thank fucking God it is against Saber Servant. But it is not completely stupid. It is not completely stupid. So it's the same problem with like, Draco, for example. But normally wave 3 enemies are sabers. So the big damage check is going to be us, not Saber Servant, sorry. Normally the damage check is.
So the reason why I said that, like, it's not really that impressive is because, like, if you look at her, if you do the math and you think of it, basically, so she does like the 1.5x because she's a berserker. Then she does double, which basically means like single target berserker. Which like it's effectively let's see.
How is that not absurd though?
It is, but if you compare it, fuck man, like I'm gonna blame you for scattering my brain here. Like I had it in my brain.
It is upgraded MP scaling also, by the way. Like it is a lot. Like once again, she does more damage than Gilgamesh against sabers who have weak to annihilation. That is like one of the peak damage you can get.
It's like an upgraded single target archer that has a 50% mod.
What do you mean 50% mod?
Like a 50% like super effective.
Anti-trade. Okay.
And then also, like, she has 60... Because all she has is, like, the 60% attack. She has 30% attack, 30% defense down. Yeah, it's just, like... There's not, like, a lot of... There's not a lot of archers that are heavy hitters. That's literally it. Yeah.
Okay, well, okay, let's hypothetically say... Okay, you say that, right? Let's hypothetically say she does extra damage against Lancers. What Lancer beats her?
You mean what Saber?
You mean what Saber?
Oh, what Saber? Fuck. Okay, okay.
For one, Musashi beats her.
Well, that's a single target. What are we talking about?
Okay, you're talking about AoE ones.
Yes, like in my opinion, an AoE character. Also, you gotta remember the fact she's a berserker. So archers outside of hitting sabers, like obviously it's servant only, but like archers outside of hitting sabers is pure neutral. Her outside of hitting sabers is still 1.5 with an upgraded MP. Like she still out damages Ibuki.
The problem is no matter what class you switch it to, I think she becomes the best anti-servant AoE in that class. Like if you were talking about her being, anti-archer instead, there's not a lancer that could compete with that.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. So like, but I fucked it up. So I mean saber, same thing. Like what saber beats her? What AoE saber?
You fucked it up again.
What AoE saber beats her?
Oh, you've blown it.
Okay, what AoE saber beats her? Like if imagine if she did extra damage against lancers, what AoE saber beats her?
None. AoE sabers are kind of.
I didn't do the calc. I literally didn't do the calc. I was just shit talking. But I'm pretty confident that there's probably not gonna be one. I might be wrong, but maybe Artoria.
Are we allowed to include like bonus damage?
No,
anti-trait?
Like anti, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Okay, because in that case,
let's increase the bar.
I think Takeru.
Oh, Takeru. Takeru when hitting 2 traits or 1 trait.
2.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Wow.
Hold
Fucking
on.
character that hits double trait
second.
beats her. Nah.
So for her, it would be.
There's no way Okitan beats her. Get the fuck out of here.
66k.
0%
so
chance.
it's basically 100k. So anything that does 50k.
Yeah, Takeru double trade. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Oh,
anyone
Mordred
with double
does,
trade,
but that's against.
Mordred.
Arthur.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Rat! What the fuck? It says Altria. Ugh.
I can't wreck, bro. But yeah.
Destroyed.
Yeah. My point is like, Yeah. I mean, I'm not picking weak classes. Lancers have 1.05 base scaling, right? So Lancers technically have the highest chance of beating her. So like, let's say if she does extra damage against archers, what AoE Lancer beats? Because like, yes, archers are not heavy hitters, but do you know what archers are good at? Having MP upgrades. Like, they all have MP upgrades. Like, especially Buster ones. Like AoE archers, they're very good at having MP upgrades for some fucking reason.
If you're looking at AoE Lancers, there's none. Because this.
See?
You
need double shit. It's stupid.
The strongest AoE Lancer is Melusine. And.
Well, you can count
Melusine has no
anti-trait.
traits.
No, you can. Well, you
Melusine
can count
has no
anti-trait.
anti-traits.
No, Romulus can beat her.
so
Romulus beats her for sure.
So you're looking at a different list than what I'm looking at.
With wacky setup, with your wacky races setup here.
It's not even
maybe.
wacky. It's universal.
You
What do
said
you mean?
racist setup.
No, wacky races, like, you know.
Because it's anti-Roman. I mean, okay, but that's not really racist because he makes everyone Roman. Like it's
No,
universal.
he said anti-races, and it sounded like racist.
No, I said wacky races. You know,
Wacky,
like the where there was like Dick Dastardly and Muttley, and
I don't know what these words you're saying.
It's
are,
from
so.
the 60s.
I wasn't born in the
Jesus
40s, sir, so I don't know.
You okay? Have you ever seen? Okay,
I've heard the name. It's just like
of the exact same thing. Like, you can't tell me you don't know wacky race. Like, you have to have seen it somewhere. Like,
I probably don't remember
wacky.
the name. Also, I'm Asian. I have an excuse. All right, I'm not familiar.
I have an
with
excuse too.
Wikipedia.
I was born within the last 30 years.
Okay. Okay, you can't tell me you like if you look at that, like it's
I have never seen this in my life.
Oh yeah, goofy hat guy. Yeah, I know that guy.
like
I have never seen this in my life.
it was on like I remember as a kid on the Boomerang channel where they played the old cartoons, like the Flintstones and stuff like that. And it would be on there, and it's like Summer 2 is a parody of that type of thing, of wacky races.
No, Summer 2 is a parody of the hit film Rat Race. Let's be honest.
I thought Summer 2 was a parody
Rat Race
of Mario
is based
Kart
on which the idea comes from wacky races.
No,
I think
that the idea of races were actually inspired by NASCAR. So
I'm gonna hurt you so much. I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna hurt you.
Okay. Anyways, can we go back to so okay, there's nobody. There's nobody who the fuck beats Musashi. Like maybe in extra classes. Like extra classes, there's a lot of heavy hitters, right? Like Cool Cop. Like I don't think. Actually, no way. There's no way Kokokan hits. Kokokan against counter anti-trade Earth hits less than Musashi against Sabers, right? There's no fucking way. I don't believe. But yeah. Anyway,
I don't know what you just said.
Okay, anyways, my point stands. I think this is ridiculous. The fact that it's 200% makes it ridiculous. Like, yes, Musashi. Like we are like backtracking so many steps already, but not backtracking. Sorry, we're already like raising the bar so high. We are comparing her to hitting anti-trade. We're comparing her to a counter class that hits anti-trade, and the only one that beats her is the one that has 2 anti-trades when he hits both of them. Like, it's actually stupid. I don't know. I think this is so stupid. This is like the stupidest like damage buff like they could ever give to a character, and it's not even bad coverage. Right, so I genuinely do not understand why they did this, but I don't know why it's not 50% SE, 150 SE. I don't know why it's 200 SE.
Because it's funny number. Also, they had to use something to beat Ibuki. That's all it is. Speaking of Ibuki.
I got one. So
who beats it?
It's actually just not it's not a point, but like
no.
Murasaki against Demonic and Chaotic Good is actually
beats
50K.
her?
Yeah, but that's only if there's an assassin. And there is an assassin with that.
No, Berserker. Oh no, but there's no Berserker.
No. If only Berserker Ibuki. No, actually, that would be hilarious if Berserker Ibuki wasn't Summer, because her first skill only applies to Summer allies.
Oh yeah, she doesn't give it to herself. Yeah, I mean, like I'm in extra class. We certainly have a lot of like heavy here. Like Ushi goes in with Earth. You know,
the Savior, when she's below 25% HP, she's used her third skill and she's up against evil enemies. She actually beats her by like 10,000.
Who?
Tonalika.
Tonalika.
But Tonalika also has a 200% power mod. They have the same power mod.
I'm comparing NP1.
No. He's NP1.
Yeah, at NP5, it's way different for sure. Because one has an NP upgrade and the other doesn't.
Really? See. So at NP5, if Tonalika's anti-evil against an assassin,
or Berserker, which is very common.
Assassin or Berserker would be, well, Assassin or Berserker.
It's the same. Yeah,
no, it's not the same. Berserker
it's the same. No, it's both 2.0.
Oh no, Berserker would be higher. Sorry, because she has anti-Berserker append.
Oh yeah, she has fucking append 3.
So against an evil Berserker, at 25% HP with both of her skills active.
If she's NP5, it's like 250.
It's probably not
on her own.
Yeah, that's fucking single target damage. That's probably not even close.
Yeah,
but like,
it's beyond that. Like, man, why can't the single target casters have good damage?
Yeah,
because they gave it all to Tonalico.
Yeah, it's really stupid. But like, yeah, once again, like fucking
Shiba.
But yeah, my point stands. This is stupid. I don't think an MP upgrade should ever come with a relatively common, super effective mod that is 200%. Like that's such a big jump to her damage.
They should buff Tonalico and change it to 300%.
Shut up. Pay to win. Anyways, like fucking yeah. How about instead of trying to get overcharged to 5 stage, I just fucking pay $1,000. Yeah, there you go. Anyways, but yeah, all jokes aside, yeah, this is I don't know why. Yeah, it's stupid. There you go.
Stupid. Anyway, John.
Oh, Gray beats her against Undead.
So,
and it's technically universal. Though. No, it's technically universal because you get Summer Wu. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess. If you bring these 2 servants, you can outdamage this 1 servant on her own.
But yeah. Hokusai MP to anti-man 200 and with an upgraded MP, dude, that would be so good. That would make her MP damage so good. Like even though everything else is kind of bad. I mean, it's fine, but like her damage is gonna be so good. No.
Yeah. I mean, like if you can make other reasons, because like I mean, you can draw the comparison between Summer Ibuki and Summer Musashi. Like, Summer Ibuki's just better at, like, looping and stuff because she has the battery and she... actually, I think she has slightly better refund. Like, in a vacuum. But,
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I think I actually did this math. But yeah, since Musashi has other uses that are really good, then it's more fair.
But yeah,
that's fairness. Yeah.
And yeah, once again, this another reason why this is broken.
I've checked out of this conversation. Look, I get Musashi's good.
So yeah, sorry. So, another thing that makes it good is because she's Berserker. Anyways, okay. Let's continue on, John.
Okay. What did it? Okay,
John?
That's weird. One of the things I did for my Ibuki review, I just mathed out just the base refund for like the main 4, those being Speshtar, Skama, Sushi, and Sabuki.
Are they using their own skills or no?
Just like with their own. I think it's actually without their skills. I don't know why I didn't factor in their skills, but I don't know. It's kind of hilarious. I don't know. Like you look at them, and you've got like Kama with 30% arts. You've got Musashi with 50% art. Not arts. NP gain. You got Summer Ibuki with 30% of each, and then you got Speshtar with 80% chance of 20%. It's just
Yeah,
always funny to look at.
Yep.
It's terrible.
fucking
They should buffer.
Lol. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
Would be nice.
Yeah.
Anyways, we've got 2 left. Ironically, 2 of the French. Man, it was just a good year for the French, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The French.
Ugh.
They really love Jeanne.
So-
buff first.
So we got Joan of Arc. We got Jeanne. It used to be, I believe, 8 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then
no,
they
it was
up
9 stars per turn.
9 stars per turn. Oh man,
Why?
I'm sorry, misinformation.
Because she was like the first servant. Oh,
And
Okay.
then they buffed it, so now it's 20% AOE charge, and then 20% AOE arts. I believe it's 20% arts. I don't think it's 30%. That
yes,
seems
20%
like a
arts,
lot.
20%
20%,
AOE.
20%. Yeah.
And
And
didn't they buff
15
the start? Yeah,
stars.
15 stars per turn. Is it on a 6-turn cooldown?
6 turn, yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it was 6-turn cooldown before.
Yeah, that didn't get lowered.
Okay.
They could have lowered it. I mean, it's
No,
not a
No, I feel like that's
bad
I feel like
skill.
that's a 6-turn cooldown skill at this point. Because there's a lot of like AoE 20% charges that are like around that cooldown. But like yeah, 15 stars per turn, 20% arts, 20% charge. I don't think it's gonna make her like a. I don't think she's gonna replace Castoria in most teams, but I could see her replacing Proto Merlin in some teams, because while she is weaker on the heal department than some servants, she's still like every time she NPs, you take no damage, and you also
And you
lose all your
cleanse.
debuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it depends on situation. Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
Castoria also cleanses, but
yeah,
Yeah, like
another
if you need like that cleanse every turn, like I think
Something-
like for like certain maybe I don't know.
Yeah. There's something I feel like she doesn't get enough credit on. People shit on her 3rd skill a lot, and like I know,
Well,
okay,
so
it's
it's
just
rightfully so.
a stun on one target, but if you're against one enemy, you've just got a turn where you take no damage.
I mean, yeah,
But you
stun's
can
pretty good
still-
I mean,
on this kind
it
of.
is
So,
only on a
like-
servant though.
Yeah, but like you're you're gonna use her on free quests?
I'm gonna use her on
No, but-
Cernunos.
Not every enemy is a servant.
Yeah,
every
but,
boss is a
servant.
like normal challenge quests generally have servants. Like I mean,
Yeah.
we're giving a lot of credit to Musashi being up against saber servants here. Okay.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about her 3rd skill. We're talking about her 1st skill. What is?
No,
how is her?
Well, I'm just
First
talking
skill.
about her in general, okay? Like, I
Okay.
just like that she can lock the enemy down for a turn, and then she can also lock them down with her NP every time.
Mhm.
So, like, just being able to do it in 2 different ways, I think that's pretty valuable. But anyways, her 1st skill does help her use her NP more often. It helps her gain because it's 20% arts. It helps... also it's 20% charge, so yeah, it just makes the team NP more often, and then you also get stars per turn, so you crit more often, so you're NPing more often in general. And like if you look at that, even if it's only 20% charge, you look at that in conjunction with her 2nd skill, which is up to 50% defense down. That is a pretty notable amount of damage for a turn.
Yep. It also, I mean, the MP damage down to 30%, combined with if you have any defense, can also help things. Her NP definitely could use another buff though.
Okay.
I-
Honestly, here's the thing, right? I disagree, but I understand why, because Castoria exists. Like, once again, this character, imagine a world where Castoria doesn't exist. This character would be so busted. This character would be the best stall, like the centerpiece of every like arch team, essentially, for like, just better survival. Like, imagine there's a world with only like Avalon and Tamamo.
So if you have
Tamamo-
Lady Avalon and her, and
I mean,
Jeanne,
Tamo's better with her, but yeah, I mean, it's same. Like Avalon, Jeanne with like arts DPS,
Avalon.
probably the. Yeah, with Jeanne, that's probably like the peak team, one of the peak teams, right? Like you can get. Imagine a world without Castoria, right? But we
Yeah,
don't live in a
and
world
it's
like
just a
Castoria.
picture of that like cyber city that people
Yeah,
use.
Utopia City.
Yeah,
Like,
Society
world
of
without
Society of Castoria
Castoria.
didn't exist. Yeah, exactly. Society of Castoria doesn't exist.
I'm
Right?
gonna be honest. If you told me that you tweeted that out sometime in the last month, I would completely believe you.
Oh, that is definitely a me kind of tweet, right? So like, it really is just like, do you need another? Because I feel like she's like a middle ground between like Proto Merlin and Castoria. So like, if you need what Castoria does a little bit more, you can pick her instead, because like she does have heal. She does like patch up a little some stuff that Castoria doesn't do. Like she mostly a heal, but like if you really need a lot of cleanse, she's nice. Or you need a lot more like spamming solemn defense somehow is not maybe if enemy has like AoE attacks like every time, and then it's just like it shaves off 3 stacks every time, every turn, right? Like then maybe you need maybe you want someone like Jeanne on top of Kestor. But like, yeah, most of the time it is overkill. And then like, Jeanne is such a broken character, but like we just have a character that's so similar to her that is just the best character in the game. And it's fucking stupid. So I don't know how to feel about this book, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really just Castoria. Like, so about like buffing her NP, I really disagree on that. I don't.
Yeah, her
like
NP's
I
already
understand.
really broken.
I understand.
All I want from
so
her
I
NP
understand.
is I think it's insulting.
Offense.
At MP1, it's 5%. I think
Oh,
that's
the
just an
defense.
insulting number.
That's
I think
fair,
it's just
guess.
better. I think if it's scaled starting at 20 to 40, so instead of 5 to 25, 20 to 40, that's what I would fix. But because like 5% just feels bad, and at MP1 it feels bad. So I don't know. I would change that. But regardless, her first skill, the buff, I think is fine for the teams that you're using her. It allows for more crits, which allows for more MP gain, which allows for pressing the blue buttons. Is what you want to do.
Yeah, I do like the idea of more uptime on her heal, but I don't know about like making the defense buff that high, because like I know 5% at base does sound like a huge meme, but like if the alternative is now it scales up to 40, that is a lot.
Oh yeah, the scaling is weird because it scales super high. I mean, you can make it scale worse on higher MP levels.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
Just make it scale
I
worse.
feel like it would be better if they made the defense an overcharge effect and put something else as the NP.
Well,
level.
Also made it 25% defense, and then
I mean, I'd prefer like 20 to 40 on overcharge instead, because like if you can have her NP5 and she just gives the team 40% defense for 3 turns, like I know it's technically only 20%, but that's so much defense.
You're making base Mash look like garbage, or like not garbage, but like you're making her look very like a downgrade almost, right? Like compared to Jeanne. Hello?
Well, maybe just if you said it so it was the 25% defense is just flat, and then her NP levels grant her like a damage cut or something that scales up. I don't know.
Or add offensive. I mean, here's the problem. Here's the tragedy with Jeanne, right? Every single one of these suggestions is, how do I make Jeanne not feel redundant when you pair her with Castoria? Realistically, that's what it is, right? Oh, I want the heal to be better because Castoria doesn't have heal. Or I want the defense up to be better because Castoria doesn't have defense up. That's just the gist of it. And there's no way to save this character. Like when you are a character whose archetype is the exact same as the best character in the game, there is no saving you. You are outcompeted by this character until the game ends service, and that is the tragedy of Jeanne. I think there's no way to buff her to make her like
I don't want
so balanced.
I don't want Castoria too.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think the best option for her, honestly, is to just like try and make her do more stuff that Castoria doesn't. Like
Well,
if they
yeah.
want to do more of that, but like I guess like their priority here was to get her to be able to do more general stuff. Sort of like
Yeah.
it's sort of like what I talk about when I'm talking about a Media Lily buff, because
Mm.
like Media Lily is already really good at what she does. It's just what she does isn't very valuable. When there's other servants that do that to a lesser extent, but do other general use things. So making her do more general use things would make her more valuable. And like I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest, 20% AOE arts, 20% AOE charge on Media Lily does sound pretty baller.
Yeah. I do think this has one positive though, is like if you're a new player, there and like you really want a survival support. I think there is once again an argument to go for Jeanne if like you don't have Castoria. I think maybe because like she makes your team so tanky, but now she's not completely nothing on the offensive side. Maybe. I'm not 100% solid on that, but it is just the tragedy of Jeanne where currently, despite how insanely solid she is, like if you just give a new player without context, you'll be like, holy shit, this character's, what the fuck is this character? This character's so broken. And then like, you know, individually, she's absolutely fine. Individually, she is a top tier servant in my opinion. But it
Yeah,
is just
she's like the best anchor in the game because she takes so little damage because she's a
yeah,
ruler, and then she has the most
defensive.
almost the most HP in the
Yeah.
game, and then she has an
She
NP that
solos very well. Yeah.
yeah, and like solo servants are valuable in teams because you can just put them in the team and they just sit there like throughout the entire fight.
Yeah.
And since her NP, like a lot of her value is in her NP, she is able to keep giving stuff to the team
Yeah.
throughout her
Yeah, and
time
then
there.
you can never get debuffed. You can never get killed by an AoE MP unless they have Invo Pierce. And it just overall really, really broken effect. But
Dude,
like,
it goes back to that argument that people had for like Osaka Buhume as a support way back then. Uh, all of all of the best supports were casters, so it's like, well, if you're up against a rider, she's not gonna die instantly.
I mean, I do
So-
want to
Yeah.
mention there is a very tanky and survivory ruler team that can spam MPs pretty well. That you could
With
also
Pope
build with
Joan?
Jeanne. It's Pope Joan, Jeanne, and Summer Melusine, because Summer Melusine also gives damage cut
Medicine.
to the party.
Oh,
But
that's
I'm gonna
interesting.
be honest.
So
at
like,
that,
and Pope
at
Joan
that-
also gives damage cut. So you're at that
so,
point, you're
At that
probably
point-
not taking damage.
I'm gonna be
At that
honest.
point-
At that point, I think I would rather go with Ruler Moriarty than Ruler Melusine, because I feel like you can have enough damage cut that it doesn't really matter.
No, but Melusine's also more offensive than the others.
Yeah, but
Melusine is
but
the more offensive
but
and
Ruler Moriarty
damage.
gives Pope Joan free super effective, and then also 40% arts resist down. So they're gonna be
Okay.
doing more.
Remind
outside
me,
of
why
that.
aren't you bring Tamamo as the third slot again? Like for that kind of shit. Because like
Tomo
Pope
is in the
Joan,
third slot here.
because Pope Joan has like 20 years worth of cooldown on her skills. You know, like
Which is
don't know.
why you just spam your NP on Jean.
so just Tamamo. Anyways, whatever.
Yeah, but no,
By
the whole point of it was I was saying a ruler
oh,
team.
ruler.
So it was a team of 3 rulers that are tanky and survival. So that's why I said Jeanne, Melusine, and Pope Joan, is because those are 3 rulers. And that way.
So why don't you just bring 2 Jeans?
Dude,
Well,
if I
because
wanted
then
to,
you're offensive and defensive, because
if I
they both buff up Melusine. All 3 of them are defensive with each other. They all give party defensive buffs. And they all give and Pope Joan can offensively buff and regen NP. So Jeanne can do NPs more if needed, which
So-
can be healing for when you do need it, and also gives attack up. It's kind of
Dude,
like a
if
self-feeding
we're-
cycle of
if
ruler
we're
nonsense.
if we're so committed to doing a ruler only team, I'd rather just use Estrella and double Pope Joan. Because
But-
honestly, I feel like
Why-
that's
why
gonna...
not
That's
with
not a
ruler Moriarty?
survivable. That's not a survivable.
Dude,
It should be
you
with ruler
only
I was
Moriarty.
going for.
dude,
I
you
was going
only
for the
need
best mix.
you
going for the
only
best mix
need
of survival
so
and
much
damage.
survival, especially if you're stacking rulers like that. You're
No,
it's gonna be hard for stuff to kill you unless you're up against
with
berserkers.
Australia,
In which case, why use rulers?
with Australia, it should absolutely be with the ruler Moriarty though, because it gives evil.
Oh yeah, I guess you could do that.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, there you go. I mean, Chad, have you realized that we are struggling to try to find a job for Jeanne?
And we
I
can
don't
go
know.
B
I don't
for the
feel like
for the
that-
rank up, and
I
let's
think
move
we're
to
just
Jalter.
yapping too much. So, you guys feeling B or A?
B.
B.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah. Because
And
like,
Plushy, you haven't introduced a server. Why don't you read the skill and tell us what the difference is?
what it adds
Yeah.
50 battery.
With Jalter.
What? It just
Okay, say what the skill did, and then say what it did afterwards.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
come on,
I don't have the screen pulled up because I'm playing.
Oh,
my
come
Switch,
on.
But
It's-
no, I remember. It's a 50% buster up for a single turn, and it's an invul, and it also charges her by 50% MP on a 6-turn cooldown, or is it 5? Fuck, I don't remember.
It's 6 turns. Okay,
Okay.
so
Also, you
6-turn
fucked it
cooldown.
up. You forgot the HP demerit.
You forgot.
Nice job. You had
For every
one.
6
You,
plus, you
you had
can't do
one,
everything right.
and you fucked it up.
Oh, fuck off! Okay, well, there you go.
You absolutely blew
So
it.
yeah, it's on a 6-turn cooldown, and it drains, I believe, 500. Is it 500?
1,000.
1,000.
It's
I
a
think
500% chance for 1,000. Get it right.
Okay. Is it Janta that has the 500, or does she have
Janta has like
1,500?
1,200.
1,200. Yeah, because I remember that part for Janta. It's kind of funny because it's like, so they upgrade the Buster by 5% since it's a higher rank, and then they also upgrade the HP demerit. Dude, I think they did the same thing with Mephistopheles' Innocent Monster versus Phantoms, because one of them is a higher rank than the other. They make the same stars, but the one that's higher rank has a bigger defense down. It's just like, why did you do
Yeah.
this?
But yeah,
Anyways.
anyway, I think that this is S.
S.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a 50% battery on a 6-turn cooldown on one of the hardest hitting Buster servants in the game.
Damn.
I
thought
think
my-
that it makes her, because she has an upgraded MP.
I think it's high A. But,
I
yeah.
mean,
You can say it. But I thought people would already disagree with me when I say high A. But you go first.
look, because I think that with the way that she's set up in a team with double Koyan, is you are able to, you can use the skill twice pretty quick, easily. You're double stacking all her other skills. She's sitting there at what, like 200% Buster up with her, with her own skills. Like, I don't know. I just think like it
Fuck, you
ties
get
her kit
200%.
together.
It's one turn.
No, 200% Buster crit up. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I meant to say Buster crit.
Okay.
With all her skills. So, and then you have the Buster up, the 50% more, 50% charge. I just think it ties her kit together a lot better. Because it's not like a 30% one, which I don't think would be as impactful. I think it being a 50% battery is just really impactful for her.
Okay. So I think during the missed tier list where me and Otto, we talked about why like tying hard survival with like a steroid and a battery is not actually a bad idea, because usually when you're clicking that, you're breaking the bar, right? You agree, right, Otto?
Yeah. I was the person that brought it up first. Like,
yeah,
Jack.
exactly. Yeah, so we had that argument, and I think I reiterated that.
Actually, the first time I brought it up was with Saber Deerman.
Oh
yeah,
I
because
see.
it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, so I reiterated in my like was it Destiny Order? For Destiny Order, I actually recommend Jalter for extra 1, which is like some people think I'm high, but I just think her damage is so good. And this is one and of course everything Ryou said, Jalter, super strong MP, and because she has like crits, just consistent crits, she has Avenger, increased gain when taking hits, and her arts card is really good, and her extra attack is also really good for gains. So if you're able to pop off immediately, with a little bit of extra help, she can spam her MP. And like buff block, 30 star bomb, it just makes her spiral out of control, you know, because like buff block is really good of an effect, can prevent break bar skill sometimes, and 30 stars makes her like star generation as a crit servant sometimes even more consistent than a single target quick, even, right? Because it's a 30 bomb every time. And so all that said, I would put her at like, because of that, I'll put her at about an A. But I think she's particularly great because I see no reason that you can't use her like Kintoki in farming. I think you can literally just use her like Kintoki in farming. It's not gonna be as good because it's not a berserker, but I don't see a reason why not. Like, they are so similar in that aspect. It's a upgraded, super hard-hitting Buster MP with a 50% battery. Like, is there really a reason to not use her with Kintoki? As like Kintoki in multi-core. I genuinely, I think it's probably okay. So yeah. I think it's really good. So it's maybe better than people think, but yeah.
So this is a very ironic situation here. I'm up against 3 servants that are normally Avengers, and I'm using Arc, but they're not Avengers, which is very inconvenient for her.
Damn.
She'd actually.
I mean, are they chaotic?
Probably, but she's in P1, so.
Oh, never mind. You don't have the pay to win special.
Nah, dude. It was bad enough I dumped what I did on her.
Bruh. But yeah, I think Jolter is just, you know, like, once again, you can worry about a lot of things in this game, like survival, like sustain, like whatever. If you kill them, none of that shit matters. There you go.
And she still did about 100k each.
Yeah, so I genuinely believe this is like a very strong buff. But here's the thing. I don't think it is the one thing that she's lacking, which is how fast she can pop off instantly. So it is very impactful. But at the same time, like, all of that is based around the fact that she is the strongest non-trait based single target, like, I mean, not whatever. She's like one of the strongest single target DPS in the game.
Okay.
Like, all that's teetering based on that. So I don't know if, yeah. Anyway.
So the thing that we have to look at with this is, because we have to look at it, like, we have to justify the comparison to, like, Fujino, for example. Because Fujino, all she got was a 30% battery. Logically, this is almost the same thing. Although, like, the rationalization for me, like, obviously part of it is because she's 50% charging instead of 30% charging. And one might look at that and say, well, you can Buster Loop with either of them. Part of the thing about that, though, is to Buster Loop with a 50% charger is harder than with a 30% charger. Because, like, you'll have situations, like, you can have, like, a multi-core situation where the 50% means you don't have to throw... You don't have to throw an extra 20 in there to make it work. Yeah. Like if you want to NP twice.
Yeah. How does having more charge make it harder?
No, he probably...
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying it's easier because of that.
Okay, it sounded like you said that having more charge makes it harder, and I was like, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Having to add more charge would make it harder.
Because
like you have to add another 20%. Another part of it is, I feel like, I don't know how good this point is, but I feel like Jolter's NP is more worth it, whereas I don't feel like Fujino's focuses as much her NP. I don't know if that makes sense.
Actually, they're
terrifyingly similar.
Fujino's NP are actually
they both buff block.
Very similar. They both
buff
block. Yeah, they do. That is true.
Yeah.
It's just like with Jolter, the way I look at it is like, I think you already touched on it, just like she makes a ton of stars with it, which can help actuate her other form of damage, which is being able to crit. So,
Yeah.
like, being able to go back and forth, and, like, that is able to help her get her NP again, because that means she's critting with her arts cards, which are already pretty good. That means she can NP more often as a result of being able to NP more often.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
At the end of the day, it's just the battery, and Fujino was placed based on that. Okay, so let me just raise you this, right? So like, Buster multi-core, Koyan Dark, spread charge 30, Jolter can MP, Fujino cannot. There you go, boom, I win, right?
So here's the other thing.
And get dabbed on.
Fujino's team comps, Fujino's situations is you're not going to be sitting there, you're not going to see 2 Buster cards and immediately like this is your opportunity to do the big damage, to do a Buster Brave chain, because Fujino is more a sustained one because she has the guts, the damage cut, the MP gain up, weaker Buster up, 30% battery. It's more if she's playing like the lawn game, whereas Jolter, if you're sitting there and you're at like 60% and your turn comes up and that's the turn where you see the 2 Busters, you press the 50% charge and you do the Buster Brave chain and you nuke the enemy into the ground. Like, having the ability to jump up to 50 when you get that opportunity is more valuable for Jolter than it is for Fujino. Fujino has good MP gain. She has good like survival. She's Fujino's not a burst damage type character. She's a defensive character, whereas Jolter is offensive.
Also, another thing is here. This could be a hot take, but if you were to ask me, Fujino before her buff, if you can give Fujino one bonus effect, just to try to maximize how good she is, my answer would not be a battery. If you ask me if there's a single thing you can give to Jolter that she doesn't have, it would be a 50 battery. Obviously, it would be 100 battery, but like, like this is literally
what would be the thing you would want to give to Fujino the most?
If Fujino was going to get a buff, I would say Fujino would benefit greatly from a like 50% crit buff 3 turns.
I mean, I still need to think about it, but like, or maybe a heal. After she gets taken down to 1, you can get healed. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, the thing is, she gets taken down to 1. The thing with Fujino is, you can use her, if you have her in a team with Koyan, you can spam her turn skill. Or if you're soling with her, you can literally for the first you can do 3 turns, cooldown reduction, 3 turns again, and then you got 2 turns downtime, and then it's back up again. So out of the first like 11 turns, you have 2 turns where you're vulnerable, and that's kind of it.
Didn't you say before that crit damage with Fujino doesn't make sense? Well, after the buff, it might make sense.
After the buff, it might make sense.
Yeah.
Because like if you were gonna, also like a large, like crit damage. I mean, like if we were gonna say like, what would you give her that you would like? I wouldn't have said Fujino was battery. I don't know what I would do. Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm like, crit, but
they should give that to Tomoe, honestly, because I feel like Tomoe doubling down in the damage department could be pretty fun. Because like, give her a team-wide crit and something else with her second skill. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I just don't think Fujino necessarily wanted the battery most. I think Jolter wanted the battery most. Like, the second thing she might want is probably 3-turn mana burst, which how careful they are with 3-turn mana burst. Like, they don't often give that out.
I was doing it when I was testing this, and yes, Fujino with Buster Arts refunds like 96% crits. Like, if she gets hit, she has her MP back. Like, that's
or you can give her, or you can even give her a star per turn. I don't know if that helps, but like, I don't know how much her cards are.
Like,
well, yeah, but like, it's not every time. I don't know.
But Fujino is like, I don't know what I would give her, but I don't think a battery changes. Like, it makes her easier to start, but it doesn't like.
Yeah.
Because Fujino already was like the first servants with ignore defense on a skill. He has Buster up 35% for 3 turns, MP generation, damage cut, guts.
I guess it's not an S tier buff on Jolter's part, because
Maybe not
if it was an S tier buff, it would be 50 battery, and then the Buster Up would become 3x3 turns.
True.
Yeah,
They would.
that's
They
what
would
I thought they were gonna do.
Skaha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would have made it. I mean, or
Alright, we'll
just
put
give
it
her.
in
I
A.
don't think they're gonna give her. I don't think they're gonna give her.
I don't think it's
3
low
turns.
A. I think it's high A.
High A. Okay. All right, and that's the last of them.
Congrats, we didn't
It's
use D tier
it's a
because you didn't
it's kind of a
dislike
middle
characters I
finger right
disliked.
now. But we haven't. We're not quite done. There's some revisions I think we should make. Some things some cans we might reopen here.
Well, let's start off by moving everyone in C down to D, so they're at the bottom.
And moving
we
all
have,
the people from B to C, and then A to B,
No,
then S to A.
Then we can do some granular things. So move all the C's down to D.
Okay.
Because it's just the bottom of the list. That doesn't not say. I said C's, not says.
No. I think the first one I wanna go back on was Don Quixote, because like now that we've gone through all of these, we got better perspective as to like what might be an S tier and what might not be an S tier. I feel. I still want to push for S tier on him because I just feel like it's that big of a change for him.
I don't though. That's why I want to start lower. So Don Quixote should still be an A, but I think some of the people in A should move to B, some in B should move to C, and the people in C should move to D. So I'm like, I think the gap between Don Quixote and the top 4 are different.
I don't feel like any of the Bs are C tier though.
I mean, I would personally, if I was gonna move them, I would move Jeanne and Kagura down. So what I would do is I would move the C's to D's. I would move Jeanne and Kagura down to C, and then I would probably move Santa, John Alter, and Dobrynya down to B.
I mean, I can understand Kagetora.
Kagetora going to C.
Yeah,
I guess
Kagetora.
I guess
I think Jeanne down to C as well, because I think Jeanne is.
I don't think that's.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, I think hers is still B.
Because Jeanne helps. Okay, so here's the thing with like arts teams in general. I mean, I very often whenever I test Jeanne, I use her with Tamomo, but like helping your arts teammates charge MP means that it also helps yourself charge MP, and then Jeanne's entire value is in her MP. So overall, this makes her MP have a lot better uptime. So I do think it is a pretty significant buff, and it does also, of course, add a little bit of extra offense, gain. But like the 20 battery is good. I don't know, and there's a lot more stars, right?
Well, let's do this then. So with B, starting with B, is Murasaki's buff better than Jeanne's buff?
I'm not sure.
He's only adding 2 P mods, no?
It's like on one hand,
I don't think it's better.
It's like I feel like it is because it like Jeanne's helped her as a support, whereas Murasaki's helped her as a support and a little bit on damage too.
Yeah, but it's conditional.
But does Jeanne's skill do more for Jeanne than Murasaki's skill does for Murasaki and her party?
The thing with Murasaki's buff is like it's conditional. Like it could do nothing.
Yeah, that's a good argument against.
So I think move Jeanne forward by 1.
What? No, I think they're the same.
No, I think you should move Jeanne forward by 1, because then it brings
tier?
my in B tier. No, just move Jeanne to the front.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that's what it means
because I'm about to bring up the next question. Now, the next question is Murasaki's buff better than Aresh's buff? To which I would say yes. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So then the question is Aresh's buff better than Fujino's buff? To which I would say no. You agree?
Sure, but like, why are we?
And so
adjusting it
now
into this?
we've moved.
We're
Are-
ordering the
So now we
tiers.
have
Oh, okay.
Aresh settled at the bottom. Now the question is, Aresh is at the very end there. Is
Okay, she
Aresh's
dropped
buff
down to C.
the same as Kagatora's?
No.
Hey,
Which-
hold on. I'm not sure if we finished on this part. Yeah, I'll do
Okay,
that.
so is Aresh and so the question is Aresh versus Fujino then, because we're putting for who's at the end of C.
I think
So-
it's Fujino. I think
Fujino's is
buff
better.
is
Yeah,
worse.
okay, that's what we're at right now.
I think Fujino's worse.
Oh,
You think
Fujino's
Fujino's
is
worse?
worse.
Yes, Fujino's worse than Naresh. I think Fujino's buff was worse than Naresh. Doesn't Naresh also gets guaranteed invul? Isn't that important?
Well, she already had guaranteed invul.
She already had guaranteed invul.
Oh, then wait, what's the changing? Is it just cooldown reduction?
It's just the cooldown
also-
reduction and the
also
debuff
she
immunity
had-
goes to 100%.
Yeah. She also had 80% chance of debuff immune, death
Oh.
immune, and buff removal
Buff removal
resistance.
resistance. And that
Oh
goes to
no,
100%.
no, okay,
That's only
okay,
for her.
that's important. That's
Okay.
important. Buff more resist to 100. I think it's important.
Well, I mean, it was 80% chance. It's
80%. Okay, well, like you just save scumming then.
Yeah. So it
I
was
think
the
80
save
and
scum.
100. I think there's a difference between 80 and 100. I don't know.
Okay.
And
Mhm.
debuff immune. I don't know.
uh,
I just feel like these are crucial, and it also one of those like multi-effect skills, you know, like if all of their effects are RNG and like you need both of them to land, and then you just like feel like shit. But I mean, I'm that's personal. That's personal, I guess. I don't know. I think a rush buff is more significant. As much as I shat on it, I think it's more significant than a 30 batter.
how to save scum with skills? You gotta be faster. That's what it is.
One time speed. One time speed.
One time
like,
speed. Yep. And
Yeah,
be
just
fast at closing.
have your thumb right next to the home button. That's basically it.
Yeah, like if you look at some of my DB runs and there's some weird cuts during the first bar, that's whenever I'm safe scumming for Scotty's skill 2 defense down, like that. Yeah, annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When I did
you can.
when I did my Ibuki run of DB, I had to do that so many times, which I'm sure it wasn't near as many times as you guys have had to deal with over the years. But yeah, like I had
But
to.
you're relying on her passive. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Did you use
Also,
Pretty Ring?
also,
at
I
least?
was also relying on the debuff resistance to block her NP seal.
Bruh,
because I wanted to
that
use
sounds like that. No,
Yeah.
You ain't catching me doing that. Did you at least use Rhaenys to increase her debuff
Nope.
resistance?
The team I used so I used Ibuki, I used Summer Abbey, I used Double Korean,
Oh,
Summer Woo, and
Summer
Matahari.
Abbey
It
has
wasn't in
debuff
that-
RNG as well. You know that?
Debuff RNG?
Yeah.
What-
She doesn't
what-
always land her debuff.
Yeah, her debuffs can miss.
Not with her third skill. She has debuff success.
Oh, never mind. I forgot.
Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, that I am surprised you didn't use Rhaenys. Rhaenys is does make that a lot more bearable. Not the buff more resist part, but yeah, that sounds horrible. No,
Yeah.
you will not
that
catch
part,
me doing that shit.
That part just sucked a lot. But
You would not catch me doing that shit. That is ugh.
yeah,
But sorry.
it
yeah.
felt great though. Like I was, dude. I got to the last turn, and I had a Buster card and an Arts card, and no NP, and I was like, oh, okay, this is fine. I've still got a lot of buffs. I do Quick Art Buster, and the Buster card does not kill, and I'm like, oh fuck. But then I back out of it. I go back in. I do Quick Buster Art. Well, she had one stack of that attack buff left, and that was enough to do it.
Oh yeah, true. Because it's based on the hit, so if you put it last, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
It
funny.
worked.
But yeah, I mean,
back to this.
back to this. Agator is just
Erish-
alone.
Kagatora's alone in C then.
Yeah, we got
so then-
a fucking Simpsons face going on now.
So my next
Like Mo.
topic is Dobrynya and Janta's NP upgrade worth being an A?
I feel like Dobrynia's is
I think Dobrynia's
earns it.
is because but I don't think Janta, just due to the
He said
low
doo-doo.
number.
Why doesn't
Maybe
Janta fixes her one issue where her buffs
it
only
does
last one
fix her
turn?
issue where it lasts one turn, but I'm like, that's.
Yeah, to be fair, they are small buffs.
Yeah, Janta's fucking trash, but like I don't know.
Damn.
In my opinion, Janta's MP upgrade is exactly the same level as Dobrynia, because it is a base increase and a small effect on top of it.
Okay. In my opinion, Dobrynia's is slightly ahead because it did enable her to Buster Loop. Yeah.
But don't you need 60 starting charge?
Yeah, or K-Scope, but you don't have to double Oberon, and everyone hates double Oberon.
Yeah, but like that's nobody's gonna use them. I
mean,
fine, that's fair.
like, if you're gonna use Dobrynia, you're probably open to that idea.
That's fair, I guess.
Yeah, if you're using Dobrynia, you've already made mistakes in life, so.
Man, shut
Yeah,
up.
that's fair.
You're just a hater.
I guess it also makes her fit as a multi-core. I don't see it though, because it's just 10%. Like she's not gonna be able to double MP unless
You actually with
1-3.
there is that setup with double Korean Dark, which actually
Oh,
works.
well, that's still triple MP, yeah, because overcharge.
Yeah, but like it relies on her 10% charge to
Yeah,
work.
that's true. I guess that would be a better against Dragon than Triple Fox, right? Like because
Yeah.
that team is essentially like an alternative version of Triple Fox, like Double Dark One Light. But against dragons, I guess that's better. Yeah.
Yeah, replacing the fox with a cat.
We did get 6 starting charge C per attack with Buster. Yeah, we did have it's Da Vinci. Is it Da Vinci? I think it's Da Vinci Lily's art.
That's Summer Anniversary.
Oh, never
That's what
mind.
it's called.
Okay. But yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I don't know.
So Say versus. Okay, I feel like Bradamante should be moved up a bit. I sort of just like dropped her in there earlier.
I guess
Bradamontes was the MP upgrade, right?
Yeah, with the crit round.
I would move her with the other MP upgrades.
I'm gonna be real. Now that I'm looking at it, you either move everything down a tier, or I might want to put Charlie.
Put Charlie
where?
Up.
No.
I mean,
I think that like the ones maybe Nero needs to come down because the other three are, I would say, game changers.
How is Nero's not a game changer?
Because Nero makes Nero better, but it doesn't make Nero like a completely like powerhouse in what she's doing there.
In my opinion, it does. We literally had the same fucking fight last time.
And I'm gonna die on another hill here. I Nero, like the other three at the very top, like Musashi made her absolute disaster for sabers. Constantine took him from absolute garbage to really good, like buffer, and Skaha took her from, you know, okay single target lancer to like an absolute monster of like damage and like NP gain and everything there. For Nero, Nero doesn't feel the same. Like you don't like, I understand it's like a really good buff, but it doesn't, like the fact that like some of it is in the MP gain on the guts proc, that's something that you don't see much. And what it comes down to is getting that attack up on the Imperial Privilege, which is something
an MP game boost.
MP game boost.
So the thing about that, so like the NP gain boost, I feel like is the biggest change there. But like,
and I know it makes her really solid, but I don't know if it's because like it's not
okay. So
it doesn't reinvigorate the character.
I know what you mean. So I don't know. I don't agree. But
so
I mean,
with her third skill, we can, like, if we're talking about the NP gain buff, I believe we can use some of the same logic that we used with Satanta, where if, like, were we already going to get her NP? Because, like, depending on how much buffing, like, how much buffers you've got going on there, I feel like she was still going to be able to get her NP even without that buff.
The MP game buff is really only good if you're trying to loop farm with her.
Yeah,
If you were
yeah,
doing
I
boss
feel like
fights
that's...
with her cards, a single arts card was going to refund you anyway, thanks to Castoria's buffs.
Yeah, I feel like the farming thing is the biggest plus there. And to be fair, I did sort of give more props to Brynja because that enabled her to farm, even if it's
And
not as
like
good.
consistent IP. Do you know how much survival that is?
It's as much
It's
survival
consistent
as
IP
if you
once
reset
every-
it to get to get it.
You
Because
do
it didn't-
have to.
it didn't increase the amount you got there. It just meant that it's more reliable.
Well, it
It's
went
also-
from a coin flip to guaranteed.
But it's also only the first time, and the second time it's still RNG. Third time it's
No.
guaranteed. Fourth time.
No, it's not. We literally talked about this last time. The buff
It's-
success rate up is
Oh, it is
6
6
turn
turns.
duration.
You're right,
It's
never mind.
not. We literally did it.
I feel like you're right. We did have this conversation.
We literally
it's
we literally had this
twice.
combo last time already. Yes, so it's forever. It's forever. If you lower her skill 3, it's forever.
Hmm.
It's
Like-
forever. Her IP is always guaranteed. Period.
It's just a consistency buff instead of a value buff in that case.
Well, okay, consistency buff from like, what if I miss out on 10 extra charge versus coin flip. I always win a coin flip.
Okay, but move her to the bottom of S.
Fine.
Yeah,
Fair,
I'm fine with
fair,
that.
fair.
Are you crying?
No, I'm not crying. It's fucking.
Are you crying?
It's like
you
it's
sad?
like,
You pissed your
fine.
pants?
60% intel, so you can reset as many times
Are
as you
you
can.
mad?
There's still a
Do
chance.
you feel
Another
blame?
thing is, it's not one 60%. It's not one 60% effects. It's two 60% effects. So it went from 2 coin flips to 2 guaranteed. Like, dude. If you're assuming she lands both, it went from 36% to 100%. The chance of landing both buffs, it went from 36% to 100%.
Oh. Well, at this point, I'm afraid to move anything at this point.
But I mean, I know what you guys.
I'm fine with it, with her being at the bottom of S. Like,
I know what you guys are talking about though. Like, don't get me wrong.
I'm glad
I know
you
what
are,
you guys
because we've
are.
been talking for a while, and you better be listening. So I guess we're gonna leave Dawn there.
I mean, I do think, like, just by default, Bradamante's MP upgrade is better than the other two, because the added effect actually, I think, is relatively significant, and she also spams her MP easier. Like, another thing about, like, how valuable an MP upgrade has to do with how spammable the MP is. And I do believe Bradamante's MP is infinitely more spammable than Dobrynia and Janta.
So I would move Jane
I guess-
right behind Don Quixote and then move Bradamante right behind Jane.
Jane is that high? I mean,
Yeah,
it is pretty
Jane-
good.
Jane, it fixes
I don't think Jane's
her-
that high.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
It's defense down, and it gives you the stars that enables her to get you that invul and ignore without issue. You just have to win one 30% coin flip, and you're set.
Yeah.
It literally means
Yeah,
that
it
her
like,
core
it-
function
it's
is
just-
is
it just makes her
accessible
more
now.
flexible. You don't have to build as rigidly
Yeah.
around her.
Yeah. It also makes it easier to use her with Miss Crane teams.
Oh,
And then
no.
yes, because she can
No.
dump stars now.
Oh, she helps Crane. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, she helps. Yeah, Crane needs stars as
True,
well.
true.
Yeah, 20 to NP.
I
Yeah.
was like, I was like, Crane doesn't need stars, doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I'm
Crane does need stars. Yeah, same time every time I start a fight, and I go to press her MP, and it's like, you need 20 stars. I'm like, oh no. But I would move Bradamante right behind Jane as well. Above all the other NP up buffs.
Above
plus
Jolter?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, it's an MP upgrade, and she's a looper. Like, how much more can you ask for?
Okay. Any other objections?
I would put Sei ahead of Janta, because it does fix Sei's key issue.
Okay, but is it as much of a glow up, you know?
Are we overestimating Janta's glow up? Because it's 10% attack.
It's an NP upgrade. Like it's
Yeah.
it's effectively taking her beyond an NP5. So.
But she is always MP5, so technically it does scale worse. That's a shit argument, but I don't know.
I mean, it just makes it scale better in comparison. Like, I mean, like, free NP5 with an upgrade is better than like no free NP5 with an upgrade generally.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because like if you look at the damage spreadsheet, like the average for AoE Lancer is around 20k, and like her NP1 is 23k, and then like her NP5 is 34k. So I'd say that's pretty notable.
It really depends on how you want to treat this. Like once again, we've had this conversation like since the very start. Do you value if a buff makes a servant usable? Because like from my perspective, Janta is still not very usable.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing. Is I think Sei's buff made her much more usable. Janta's buff fixed an issue, but it doesn't make her more usable really. That's why I think Sei's is
it's
better.
another thing with like, for example, Bradamante. I don't think I would have ranked her MP upgrade as high if she didn't get the battery buff before. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know if that's fair.
If she didn't have the battery buff, see, because imagine if they were swapped. If they were swapped, I think she'd still be an A. Because if she had the MP upgrade but had just gotten the battery, then we'd be having the conversation of like, oh, this makes her MP upgrade, you know, much more functional and easily accessible. And like, so it's one with the other. I know we're kind of relying on her other one, but it completes her kit. And that's why my argument for Sei is better than Janta's, is because Janta, you're still it doesn't fix as much.
And
anyway,
if we do this next year, I hope that we get to talk about shooting.
They'll never buff shooting. I'm sorry. Well,
Okay,
they can buff shooting caster.
They can buff both of them.
I'm gonna put Janta beside Jeanne because it's cute.
Do you want to move her down?
You want to move her
Just put her
down?
next to Jeanne?
Yeah, and then we
Damn.
move one of the B people down to be with Kagura.
Yeah, we can move Resh down and yeah. Yeah, so move Janta
But
down.
right
one,
now
and
it's a funny looking face.
Okay, fine.
then... No, move it down. Move it down.
No, like
It'll balance things out better. It looks
Wait,
weird
hold
having
on a
only one in
second.
C.
Hold on. It's a more normal face. Okay, this is fine.
Okay, well hold on. Let's see what it looks like with the Resh down in C. But
It doesn't look good.
Kagura.
Like it's
Yeah, no, that's
No.
fine.
no, like
that's
the
good.
No,
the big overbite's funnier.
No.
Here's the thing, right? Like, I feel like for example, me personally, I do think Aresh's buff is better than Fujino's. So, I'm not even sure who should be moved down. So I think maybe we should just keep it like this.
Fine.
Yeah.
Unless both of you like hard agree on Fujino being better, then
I think Fujino's jump starts are a bit better.
Yeah, but like,
Well, I guess the letter C is the first letter in Kagura now.
C is for Kagura.
Yeah.
name. Good Japanese lesson. It's
D
not even
is for
English lesson.
Diohime.
And B is for
B is for Bon.
Balters.
B is for Bon.
S
A
is for
is-
Summer Musashi.
True.
Oh my god.
And A is for and Quixote.
A
is for
A is
ass,
for
from
Calamity
what I
Jane.
Calamity
Ain't. That sounds so bad. But yeah, I mean, why Kagetora? I just think Kagetora's buff is like,
Yeah. She's an art servant. She already has a lot of arts buffs available to her. And MP
Yeah.
charge isn't ever something that she was like, yeah.
if you are bringing Castoria, the 30% arts up is big, but it's not that big.
Alonso
If it had
Quijano.
given her like MP damage up, then I would have thought better of it. Because then you're adding additional buffs or a power mod or something. But anyway.
How do we
Let's not-
always like run out of fucking topics and then we end up having like a 5-hour stream?
What do you mean?
I
This
mean,
wasn't
we didn't even run out of topics. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, this is the final list. If you want to screenshot it and take it out of context, guys, here it is. There you go.
Okay, now can we rename the tiers to make people think it's some weird sex pervert list?
You know what?
No,
Yeah,
because
we
there's
can-
Janta in it.
You just name it "Don't Touch."
Yeah, don't touch Aresh because she's
Bad
not
touch.
hot.
Bad
Get
touch.
fucked. She's
Wait, hold
not
on.
hot.
That is the
She's
bad
not hot.
touch row.
She's not hot. Aresh is not hot, guys. I don't know why you guys keep thinking Aresh is hot.
Hold on.
Alright, get the fuck out of here.
Arash is a
D-rank.
dangerous one. Fujino, if Cardinal Kyokai 3 has taught me anything, it's Fujino will murder you if you try that.
Wait, why the fuck do people think Aresh is hot? Isn't she supposed to be like this wholesome, like?
D is for disappointing Christmas party. Disappointing. Because this is a like I would hate to attend
she's
a
nice,
Christmas
though.
party with the three of them.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't call her hot.
C is
C is for
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
C is for Kagetora.
B is for bad touch.
B is for below Bradamonte.
True.
A is for adults.
Ass. Oh.
They're adults. And what is S for?
Summer Musashi.
But we already did that for Kagetora.
No, not Constantine's harem.
S is for something to do with Romans.
Suspicious persons.
That's a good idea. Something to do with Romans.
No, I thought you're just gonna say slur or something.
Slurs.
Slur.
Servants who say slurs.
Nero definitely says slur.
Oh,
Nero
Nero
would say
is-
slurs.
Skaha definitely.
Skaha also would say slurs.
Definitely. She's definitely been banned from social media platforms
That-
before.
You know what? Historically, all four of those people would say slurs.
What will
Yeah.
Musashi say?
Well, she's Japanese. She would. You
Well,
know,
see,
She's
she's Japanese, and she would try too hard with her shit talking and she would start using words that are really not okay for shit talking with.
I mean, Musashi's trying to be American, but she's not like familiar with the American culture. So she's
What's
just
more-
like, she's just gonna be like,
Joke.
but I heard it in a rap song. I thought it was okay.
just post this on Twitter and give absolutely zero context.
But,
You know what? I can do that.
Musashi's a Westu, yeah. She should be like, oh my god, but I heard Kendrick Lamar say it. I thought I could say it too. Fucking lol. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Very stupid
Well-
character.
Yeah, I will post that on Twitter. And people will have no context and I'll get 2 likes because a couple people were watching the stream.
Nah, I'm gonna retweet it. Don't worry.
I'll retweet it too.
It's just like, why are people retweeting this? Like, what is this?
What does this mean?
That is.
What could it mean?
That is melt ass. It's Ebora.
Oh, what did Abor do? Melt?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you're.
I'm
you're
on the
playing
case.
interest-
I'm on the case.
Meltass.
I'm retweeting this right now.
Oh my god.
So there was one last thing I wanted to do, but like we're kind of close on time here. Like I got plenty of time, but like I don't know if you guys want to go run and get food. So, like you guys.
Well, what is it?
Well,
do you want?
I wanted to just like talk about some of the new, you know, the change
news.
lists, change lists for Game Press's tier list because they placed it in a few
Oh.
new servants.
Can we do it next week?
Next week, because I don't think
Okay.
anything's gonna happen in the next week. I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
Yeah, honestly, next week is probably.
We can
we'll
yell
look
at
forward
Game
to that, guys, next time. If
look
you have
forward to
some
it.
particularly interesting ones you want to point out, then feel free to drop like some suggestions in the Bad Takes channel in our Discord server, and of course, join our Discord server.
Be sure
we
to
got
add
over
Flushy on
400
Twitter.
people.
When that you disagree with his opinions about servants on this list.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing next week. Here's to so like, do you guys think we're gonna go on a tangent before this? Because like I started to say goodbye, and like every time when that happens, we go on a tangent for 5 more minutes. Please, now that I've called it out, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
shut up for sure.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna. Also, I thought you were gonna say. You were gonna talk about like this week in FGO about like, because didn't someone ask you about like how do you feel about the Honkai Star Rail thing? How about the new St. Course purchase? I guess. But that's
we
it.
can
That's not.
we can
yeah,
let
that's
the
not-
Twitter posts simmer a little bit more. I'm sure
True.
that
Yeah.
I'm sure it's gonna pick up a little bit in this next week. Like, just a
Yeah.
couple days, and it got as much traffic as it did. But yeah, we'll talk about Game Press and Fate fans and MiHoYo fans next week, I guess. What in the world? We have a teaser for the next week? We're not winging it for once? Damn.
That's
But yeah,
crazy.
that's it for today. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.